Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears.
Yo, no maniacs. Welcome into another edition of some extra sauce. We about to get extra saucy on y'all tonight, man. And as we get going, man, and people start to trickle into the show, seeing nobody in the comment section yet, but as people start to trickle in, I just want to say, took me a little time, man, to repair the wound of getting this close. The physical wound I have in me for getting that close, not being able to finish. You got a lot of people out there that would say, yo, no, man, ain't you glad that we got this far? We wasn't supposed to get this far. Says who? Says who? I don't know who those people are, but I didn't feel like we were playing with house money. I always feel like we had a chance. But when you get those opportunities, cashing them in is your best bet because you just never know when the next time you're gonna get there. But I just wanted to say, it was one hell of a emotional roller coaster for me. And I just appreciate them boys, man. I appreciate everybody that had anything to do with this team. I'm talking about the players, talking about the front office, the coaches, the fan base, everybody that had anything to do with the Chicago Bears today. I want to thank them. I want to thank them because what they provided for us, me as a fan, man, is tremendous. It's just from what we've seen our Bears being over the years to what just happened, what we just witnessed was something special, man. And I just want to thank them from the bottom of my heart. I appreciate each and every last one of those guys, especially those guys on the field. Each and every one of those guys that played any role, whether you're a practice squad player, whether you're a player on the 53 or you're a starter, it don't matter to me. Just know there's somebody out here that really, really appreciates what y'all had to do to get to that point, man. So I just wanted to thank these guys before we really get going in the show, man, because they deserve to be appreciated, each and every one of them, man. How you doing, Trip?
Yeah, I'm good. Coming down. Yes, the loss was disappointing, but yes, there was progression made as far as the outlook for where this team, this franchise is headed, much more positive direction. So that is something to look forward to. And as Ben Johnson referenced in his press conference, there is no building on this per se, because next season it's going to be, guess what? 0-0 is your record when you start. So you got to, you know what I'm saying? You get your good, better, best going all over again. But what they can build on is the culture, the attitude, the toughness, the intensity that Ben Johnson brought to this team with his coaching staff. And so that attitude, that mentality is already ingrained in the players that will be returning. So they can build on that. But, Nomad took it personal at the end of the game Sunday, or, especially in the post game when we were doing Nomad at night. But he was of the mind that we should be, giving the flowers to, showing the love and respect and the gratitude due to these players for what they do. It's like, sure, they get a lot of money and a lot of attention, a lot of fame, but they're putting their, blood, sweat, tears, ligaments, joints, soft tissues, bones, skulls, brains on the line to play this game. And that deserves appreciation. Gladiators, we salute you, because that's what they are. Put on that gear and strap it up. It's like, oh, get tough, walk it off, take a shot, get back out there. That costs. That has a cost that as fans we don't see, nor do we have to pay. So, yes, we salute those guys. But the thing that irritated Nomad was that in the chat, and we're like, all right, well, we need to replace this dude. This dude, yeah, he sucks. Yeah, this dude, this dude makes a lot of money, and we could use that money elsewhere. And Nomad's like, damn, y'all, they ain't even got the equipment off yet. You know what I'm saying? They didn't even get out the showers. They in the locker room, giving each other, goodbye hugs and, no kissing. That dude, he's not in the league no more, so I ain't got to worry about no kissing. But, it's like, hey, hey, if I see you next year, we're going to do this. We're going to run it back. Knowing damn well they ain't coming back. They're going to, be, bagging groceries on another team or something. So this 2025 Bears team will never be the same because all of these 53 players that came and went next man up, the practice squad, the guys that came in late and contributed, yeah, all those are not going to be here. So the guys going forward, that's next year. But for the 2025 this past season, yeah, no doubt. Congratulations on being, a division champion of the North, taking that shit, FGB, after Lions and after Vikings, all that, this is our shit now. We're the captains. And then getting into the playoffs and representing well, because something else that this team did that we need to thank them for is beyond Bears fans, beyond football fans that have seen Caleb play this season, but the normies, just the casuals, are like, Caleb Williams, hey, these Bears, hey, well, look at this kid. So it's like, yeah, thank you for, developing into somebody who is putting the spotlight once again back on the Bears where it belongs. So yeah, give this iteration of the Bears, this season team, their flowers, their props. And going forward, there's plenty of time to discuss that. But before we can totally close the book or turn the page, as the case may be, close the book on this season, but turn the page on the franchise. You get the reference. But yeah, big ups to them and thank you.
Hey, Trips, I appreciate you for because you just mentioned what happened at the end of the show. And it's true, man. I do get into a certain way when I hear stuff being said a certain way. And it ain't nothing to do with y'all. It's just me. It's just the player in me, man. That's just the player in me, knowing what they go through. Some of these dudes is on a rabbit's hair and, barely hanging on and, doing whatever they can do, giving it all, just to get a spot on the practice squad. If they get a chance to get on the 53, that's like groovy for them. Then you get to play in the game for happenstance. By happenstance, that's great. But the work that goes into it, man, it is something to behold, man. That's the hardest. It's the hardest, most fun thing I ever did in my life was playing football, getting prepared for a football season. And the hard work, I'm telling you, man, I think people should probably watch more training videos and, NFL players and shit. The things that they do to get their bodies together and get ready for that grind is something special, man, because it's a hell of a grind, man. Like, I remember the last time I played a physical game. Like, I was just telling one of my teammates, I was just like, man, did you feel like you just got out of a car crash after the game? He's just like, man, I thought I was the only one. That's how your body feels, man. Everything, your toenails ache, bro. Your freaking toenails ache. And all you doing from that point to the next game is trying to get your body to feel at least a high percentage better than it feels at that moment. And so you ain't going to get to 100% by the time the end. We're going to still be hurting. Just imagine that for 18 games or however many games we played this year. And so, it is. Man, I'm glad y'all didn't take it personal, man, because it's just me being defensive when it comes to that, man. That's all it is to it, man. It's just, they just mean, what they do means a whole lot to me. That's all. But I appreciate that, man. By the way, Kansas, somewhere in Canada, I believe it's their New Year. And he's somewhere being Leroy and Skillet from Fred Sanford, man, drinking his ass off being a wino somewhere. He said he might come through here at some point later on. We'll see what he does. But also, Bishop might be through here to fill in some blanks, man. But we got a hell of a show for you guys, man. we're gonna definitely get to that Bob Lazar story that we did not get to last week. Um, it'd be nice if Kez came through for that because I do think he told me that he did some homework on this story, so he knows a little bit. So I can have somebody to bounce some of that stuff off of. Of course, we're gonna do the food and drinks. We got a couple of movies, a couple of classic movies I think most people will know about, but very good movies that really really surprised me. I just want to say ahead of time, we got Doomsday Survivor, we got all that stuff coming up. But before we get into all of that, man, let's get human for a second, trips, before we get into all this football and this other content, man. Let's be a human for a second. How was your week?
It was cool since Saturday and when we were last together. Nothing new major that was happened. Just absorbing the aftermath, if you will, of not only the Bears game but things around the league. I'm sure we'll get to that. All the drama, all the shit going on in Buffalo and calling players out, and on the other side of the country, GM's calling players out. It's like, yeah, he ain't gonna play another snap up in this motherfucking uniform. I tell you that. It's like, oh shit. but yeah, it's just, yeah, I've been chilling, disappointed, like I say, that the Bears didn't, complete that game on Sunday against the Rams. But I'm happy that they did make it that far, and now I'm expecting them to go further. So other than that, it's just been putting some stuff together. But also, I'm still looking for a video that is shareable, but can't find it, about something that you just mentioned. But I'll keep looking. But yeah, I'm good. So you go ahead.
Well, I guess good news and bad news. It ain't no bad news, but it's a little story. Of course, I got a story every week, man.
Here's a little
So
story.
good news is I ran across a handheld, and I didn't have time to get the image pulled up, but there's a handheld plug and play. Like, I'm a old school game enthusiast, man. Like, I don't even like some of the new stuff. I haven't played Madden in years, by the way. I haven't played PlayStation. I got PlayStation around here, multiple of them. Don't even play them. I ain't got time for that shit. But I love those old games that came out in like the 70s and 80s. There's a nostalgia about that stuff. The movies, the TV shows. I'm just in love with that time period because I think the advancement, the jump in technology happened during like somewhere in the 80s, right? Somewhere in the early 80s, the jump in technology, the advancement in technology became like the old stuff really, really it's well with me. So anyway, long story short, I'm just scrolling through YouTube, starting to look at some of these football players a whole lot more. And I come across this ad, and they've got a handheld plug and play. Literally, all you need is a HDMI cord and this little unit in your hand, and you can play Galaga. You can play Miss Pac-Man. You can play Pac-Man. Those are the three that I know they have out right now. And so Galaga, I fell in love with that thing when I found out about that. I was probably 13 years old. Me and my friends couldn't get enough of it because my one of my homeboys his dad had a bunch of games in his basement. And he had that over there, man. We used to play that thing hours and hours on end. And so anyway, long story short, I find this thing on Amazon. It's like $44. I ain't made the order yet, but it's literally, it'll fit in the palm of your hand, Trip. You plug it in into your HDMI port on your TV, and boom, it's just like you there at that arcade. Literally that easy.
Yeah.
What we got going on here?
Oh, you were just talking about how you felt when, at the end of a season. Now, what we have here, let me set it up for you, is not after, but the next night after the Bears game on Monday night, Caleb Williams went to a hockey game and hung out with center fielder PCA Pete Crow Armstrong from the Cubs. And then the next night there were the Bulls game. Both games the fans, when they showed him on the jumbotrons, ovations. So I want you to notice, what do you notice? There's no audio on this, so don't worry about it. But what do you notice in this about Caleb Williams, other than that very sweet Connor Bedard sweater? But I'm gonna play this, and what do you notice about Caleb? This is the day after the game.
Limping?
And for those that are on audio only,
Hell of a hard turn from retro video games, but okay, he's limping a little bit.
well, yeah, but we'll go back to that. But this is what you were talking about. This is what I was looking at on what these players put on the line. Now, this is the day after the game, and Caleb is getting up, walking up the stairs from the next to the glass of the ice, and he's like, he looks like me trying to go up them stairs, or like, you know, what a typical 80-year-old dude might look like getting up in the bathroom in the middle of the night. It's like he looked like he creaking and cranking and hurting. And it's like, yeah, you know, we admire the athleticism, the throws. We want him to fix his footwork. We want him to fix his accuracy, all of that stuff. We want him to learn the offense better and throw with anticipation. But we also got to give credit to not only Caleb, but all the players for putting this, you know, their body into this position. You know what I mean? He's way too young to be looking like that walking up some stairs, you know, but guess what? He's a professional athlete, you know, quarterback, and that's what it looks like.
You ain't lying about that. It's like that rigor mortis sits in after it takes you about a couple hours after you finally. So usually for me, it was by the time I got back to the crib, the apartment, it was usually that's when you get in the shower and you get out. Once you dry, you feel good when you get in the shower, that hot water hitting you, and then you get out when you start drying off and pores close up. That's when it start hitting you. You be sore, and you're gonna be sore for a few days. A few days, man. Your body feel like it's been through a damn literal war, bro. And you know, depend like Caleb. I remember when he rolled his ankle up, he hurt his foot. You know, I don't know if you remember that, but that happened in that last game. He hurt his foot and he got up hobbling. Yeah. So
Yeah, he got rolled up on him.
What day was
no,
that?
he stepped on. He kicked the foot, or he stepped on a foot, and he kind of his ankle went awkward, and then he went down.
Was that a day after the game?
This video we watched, this was Monday night.
Oh yeah, he's still feeling that shit. That's when it's the worst. That's when it's the worst. The day after is the worst. And then at those next couple of days, it starts to wane a little bit, but you're still feeling it. You know, I mean, dog, you gotta be almost crazy, Trips, but you really gotta love this shit, man. You really gotta love it. You gotta love everything about it. The stink in the locker room, you gotta love it because you're there so much and you're doing so much activities football wise, whether it's practice, whether it's film room, whatever it is, you're eating there. All this stuff is going on. And you just, if you don't have like a high tolerance for the game of football, you probably in the wrong line of work. And that goes true for a college player too, because it exists there too.
Yeah. And also after like really confirmation on what the injury was, you know, granted, you're looking at Achilles tears from Deo, TJ with his fibula broken, and you know all the injuries that guys are put on IR for. But I really got to give a shout out to Ozzie Trapillo, because his injury is something that it will take a year from now just for him to start being able to do stuff really. So I mean the odds, well, not the odds, but the statistics of people who've had that injury, players, and have been able to come back, ain't very good. And like we see this kid, you know, this rookie, he's drafted high. It's like he's going to be the left tackle. And it's like, oh, he sucked at left tackle early. He's a right tackle. Everybody calling him a bust, you know, by week 2 because he wasn't the starting left tackle. And then he works his way in, and it's like, oh, shit. Okay, we got an offensive line now. I mean, he still, you know, has his rookie stuff to work on, but all right, we looking good. And now it's like, fuck. Now his whole career is in jeopardy, and the work that he's going to have to put in just to get back to being able to play. So the severity of injuries as well. That shit matters. So just a shout out to him.
You know what, Trips? Good on you for bringing this up. I wasn't ready for that, but since you brought it up, that's good. I wanted to tell you guys that what you just got through describing is the largest reason for me to get into podcasting. The reason why I want to let my voice be heard out here is because I felt like the our fan base in particular didn't have enough people that can speak to the game in a certain way and give the kinds of perspectives about the game of football as you go through it as a player. Like it's a like fandom can go so sideways so quick because fans think of football and the game this way. And what really goes on behind the scenes to get ready to play a football game, it's a lot. And so when you don't speak to that, when people don't hear that enough, I think they lose their perspective completely. And it's just gimme, gimme, gimme. What have you done lately? That kind of attitude. And so I'm grateful for everybody that's here tonight. I'm grateful for everybody that subscribed to all our channels and listen to what we have to say, because it's important that you do. That those perspectives about what it takes to play this game, it's a crazy violent sport, man.
Yeah.
It's crazy violent, and you either love it or you don't. So it's not lip service when you hear coaches telling you. It sounds cliche, but when you hear coaches talking about they're looking for guys that love football, you got to understand after listening to us all this time exactly what they mean. You have to love this game.
And that's, speaking of perspectives, whether you are listening, tuning in on one of the 3 live streams that we got going out now, the Nomad Network, Kids of Canuck, or Sports Chicago Style, aka Triple R SES. I'll let your boys. You will get those perspectives. You'll get the bleeding heart, former players like, hey, this is what happening in the locker room. You'll get the meathead fan was like, son of a bitch, we suck. And then you'll get the cold analytical. It's like, yeah, I get it. There's a human aspect to it, but after all, it is a business. And it's like, we're going to trade this dude. We want to cut this dude. We want this dude to take a team-friendly deal. And it's like, wait, then there's that perspective. Wait, team-friendly deal? So he got to take money out his pocket to give back to the team? It's like take a haircut, take a prove-it deal. And that's where fans become the assholes, because then it's like, well, there is no human factor. It's just the commodity of the players. And what can we get for them, and how can we flip them, and what can we get out of them? That's part of the brutalness of the sport as well. Not only the physical aspects, but the mental and the psychological and all of that. So, shout out to these dudes, and then you got, former players like, JJ, former players want to talk shit about fans. And it's like, well, that's why people be talking shit about you on the internet, all up in your DMs, talking about your greasy ass hands.
For me, it's definitely not like a woman. I like to see you come, but I love to see you go. It's not that for me, man. I hate to see guys go, but it's the business. I just don't like the flippancy. I just don't like the I want to honor them instead of that's what I want to bring to the show. I want to honor what they bring to the table for us to enjoy, and the work sacrifice they have to go through to get to it. And so that's it, man.
But and so now, with that said, back to where you were, the Galaga is like, yeah, that was my joint. That was back, the Missile Command days. Your Pac-Man, your Miss Pac-Man, that was his honey. And then they had the little bastard kids running around. And then Space Invaders, that whole era.
My cousin got the pinball machine. It's like mint fresh. Like he can sell that thing for probably tens of thousands of dollars. It's so nice. He don't even want to let nobody mess with it.
Well, here's the thing, you have to be of a certain age to remember pinball machines and pinball
Oh,
arcades.
not no more trips. Now
Well,
that's like retro.
no, I
Is
don't
like
mean just pinball, not video, just lines of pinball machines.
it's like a genre, man. It's like
Yeah,
a people like people get ready and dressed up for like what do they call it when people dress up for Comic-Con and all that kind of stuff?
cosplay or
Cosplay, yeah.
yeah.
That's the same environment that's going on with retro gaming. Same damn environment. Like you can anything you can think of that comes from your childhood, like machines like that, like people they own that shit, man. They are on it, on it, on it. And so anyway, finding that was like, I'm trying to get my girlfriend into it, man. She likes Miss Pac-Man,
Hmm.
and she wouldn't let me buy it, but I'm gonna get it for her anyway. She don't know it. She's gonna be pissed off at me because she swears she don't want it. She likes playing the games on her iPad and shit, but she gonna be mad when that thing show up on the porch. I told you not to get that shit. I want to hear shit.
A few hours later, you're gonna be like, "Hey, baby, I got to use the toilet. Can you come out of there for a little bit?" She's gonna be in there just grinding and
Hey,
losing track of time.
hey, you got to yeah, some of that shit is so like wow. Wow. I'm gonna get it. I don't know if I'm gonna put it in my I got it in my car. I don't know if I'm gonna make the order this week, but we'll see. I have some other shit I want to get on. But yeah, the second story is about her again. Now here she comes. We just did the hot toddy what last week.
Mhm.
Here she comes walking in the door. Oh shit, I got something going on. I'm like, oh fuck. Hurry up and grab the mask and start sanitizing everything that she touched. She goes in there and I told her, look, go take all that shit off, throw it downstairs. Don't even worry about it. Go down there and get it later and put it in the wash, but throw it down there and get on a whole bunch of shit. She said, what you about to do? I said, what I told her, what do you think I'm about to do? Because I've never made her a hot toddy. We not sick people around here. People don't get sick around this camp very often. And she got out. I told her, put on hats, put on hoodies, get bundled the fuck up, socks, everything. And she did it. And I made her a big ass. She has a nice sized mug, made her a hot toddy. Bro, when I tell you I put her ass slam to sleep, bro. Slam to sleep. By the time she got done, she got to the end of that cup. She was just like, "Oh, this shit's strong." I was like, "It's supposed to be." Drinking that motherfucker. By the time she got midway through it, she was like, "It kind of tastes good." I was like, "Yeah, I know." Finish that motherfucker. Get to the bottom of that,
Mhm. And then it was
man.
time for a Steph Curry. Night night.
Man, dude. When she got up, I thought I was finna have to catch her. She stumbled, rocked, and I was just bubbles and shit. You can literally see bubbles popping from her head, man.
But it's that kind of happy bubbles, not like I'm nauseous bubbles,
Nah.
because the ingredients in the toddy are soothing to the not only to the throat, but it opens up the nasal passages. It opens up the congestion in the chest, and it's settling to the stomach, so you don't want to throw it up.
Mm-mm.
So you feel all warm and it's hot, but you can't keep your eyes open. You want to smile. You do want to smile. You might be sick, but it's like, I'm so hot, I just want to go to sleep. And the next thing you know, it's morning. It's like, I'm hungry.
Hey, Trips, I go down the hallway, go in the room to check on her. Man, that chick stretched out on that bed. You know when somebody fucked up.
Out.
She had one sock on, one sock off, stretched that half the
Oh,
cover
word.
and shit on the floor.
Mm.
I'm just like, oh, she out of it. I mean, like out of it, snoring, looked like she was drooling, the whole nine
Mhm.
yards, man. Hey man, that hot toddy did its job. She got up spry as shit this
Mhm. See, you could have done anything to her feet that night. She would not even have known.
boy. Why I hate that I know things about you. You weirdo, man.
Huh?
You what that's a drunk woman. What the fuck? He told
I'm
me.
just saying, you take care of her yummies. Wake up, maybe she has
Oh
a soft.
man, what
You
is it?
know. But yeah, she wakes up. It's like the whatever bug or bacteria or whatever making you feel bad is sweated, perspired out of you, because now you will be hot, but you'll be so in a state that you really don't care. And so it's like, yeah, I'm hot and I'm sweating, but it's a different hot than sweating and an uncomfortable hot and sweating where you want to not be hot and sweaty.
She
This
didn't
is different. You got to experience it. It's just different.
trust me. She didn't know she was hot and sweating until she got up, and I told her, "You got to get up out that shit so you can get some fresh clothes on you."
Mhm.
But she did, man. She slept all through the night, and trust me, bro. Even in a relationship, when you're attracted to your lady, you ain't thinking nothing. There was nothing sexual about that. Trust me. When that scene was like, oh shit, she just out, straight out, bro. Ain't no, nothing.
That's when you stay up on the couch playing video games all night
Yeah, man, ain't nothing.
or doing
Nothing.
whatever you're doing.
Plus,
In your lab.
plus when she's sick, she get a reprieve, man. Ain't gonna be no handling. I ain't touching your ass, man. You get that shit up out you. Fuck that. I don't even play. But yeah, man, that's the story, man. What up, Liberty's Outlook, Scrolls, Crimson, everybody that jumped up in here, man. We're gonna get to some comments, man.
I don't want to see that.
But let's get to some food right quick before we can get through that part. Let's do this, man. And it's still the wintertime, man. So I'm all about the hearty foods right now. So let me pull that up. Give me a second. Trip. When you see it, you can read it off if you want.
Let's see. Chicken stew. Ingredients: celery, potatoes, garlic, parsley, thyme, whole chicken, carrots, chicken broth, flour, and a bay leaf. Kids' favorite.
One thing I want to point out about this: anytime you're doing a soup or a stew, now I know it's generally regarded as you make what's in your house, but a lot of people, from what I understand, go shopping every week, and they get groceries from week to week, and they eat what's in their house that week, and then they go get some more shit. Like for me, I'm a stockpile kind of guy, so I got 3 freezers downstairs full of food, and so when I go grocery shopping for certain things, when it comes to like, I'll buy your chicken breast from time to time when they're on sale, right? They don't cost much. I will buy those. But I'm telling you, the value of a whole chicken is priceless because of the bones. People will avoid this triple R. People will avoid whole chicken just because they don't want to deal with the bones. They'll avoid chicken wings because they don't want to deal. They call chicken tenders like this. Those aren't wings.
Well, now they call yeah, it's like, hey, can we get a bucket of wings? And they bring out chicken tenders.
Yeah, what the fuck?
So what the fuck is this? I asked for wings. And wings means all 3 part, because don't even get it twisted. Even if they do actually bring you quote unquote wings, they bring you 2 parts of the wings: the drum and the drum and the flat. Where is the flipper? I love the flipper. Where is my damn flippers? That's 3 parts of the wing.
I'm gnawing on him too. Call me greedy, but I'm eating on that too.
But the thing about using the whole chicken in the stews and the soups is that the nutrients, the flavor is in the marrow of those bones. And so the longer you let it simmer, the more that marrow and flavor is gonna infuse with the vegetables and the water and the broth, whatever you're using. Because even if you don't use broth, you can use water, but the marrow can flavor that water into a broth. The broth just adds another layer of flavor to it. So that's the importance of the chicken, but also utilize repurpose old chickens, such as, like, if you go someplace and get one of those rotisserie chickens, like from a supermarket, grocery store, and like you eat on it for a day or two, and it's like, well, what's left of that carcass is usually the center mass, the spine and all that. Throw that into the pot with the rest of these ingredients, and there's your chicken right there. You may not have all the meat from a whole chicken because you've already eaten a few pieces of it, but that's okay, because what's left on those bones is going to boil and simmer off, and so you get all of the meat off of there. You get all of the previous mentioned nutrients from the marrow, and it's just a lot of flavor, and there's body into it. And the chicken, the way it's made, is kind of stringy, so you can have pieces in there, but it will fall apart. So it's easy to go down. It's It's not irritating your system, and it's easy to digest. So you'll get some proteins, your vegetables in this one stew, in this one bowl. And normally it's when you're sick kind of food, or winter kind of food. But I know people that is like, yo, I'll make some chicken soup and enjoy it. Maybe throw some noodles in there, or some pasta, or some spaghetti, or maybe even a few diced up potatoes when you
That
make it in there.
that would be me. That
There
would
you
be
go.
me. I have no problem whatsoever making me a nice little pot of soup. These days, my girlfriend works afternoon, so most of the time I make dinner now, I'm eating it. You know what I mean? If there's some leftovers that she wants, she ain't that big of a soup person. But I'll eat the hell out of soup, man. You talking about the bones, man. Dude, let me tell you something. I'm a true carnivore. I like the gristle off the chicken bones. I'll eat
Delicious.
that shit too.
Crunch,
And so,
crunch.
yep. I like all parts of it. When we first got together, she was just like, hold up. I'll stew down that chicken for a little bit till it's tender, take it out the thing, scoop up all them bones and all that meat and stuff, put it on the plate and start picking it, getting all the meat off of it, throw it back in the pot, let it keep cooking. And then what she got twisted was when I throw the bones back in there. She was like, why you? I'm just like, yeah, still parts on there. And I'm gonna eat. You can avoid them, but trust me, I'll get to them.
hmm
Every last one of them. You hear me?
hmm Man, so you get some of this going in a pot on the stove, and after a while, after it's been simmering, go and get you a cup of rice, dry rice, and throw it in there, and let that rice cook in that soup.
And you
Now,
you can do that. You can do noodles. Me, I avoid the pasta and the rice.
carbs and such.
Yeah. But yeah, man, this is like one of my favorite things to eat, man. Good bowl of like by the time you get done, this is different than soup. That's where the flour comes in at. So you're
Yeah,
gonna
this is stew.
yeah, you're gonna end up making kind of a roux out of it. And so
Mm, or
by the
body.
time you this is done, it won't have the complete consistency of a chicken pot pie on the inside because that roux is a little bit thicker, but it'll be close to it in that regard. It'll be kind of close to it. It needs to look like a gravy by the time you pull that spoon out of the pot.
hmm
It
Yeah,
needs to look like
more gelatinous than liquid.
yeah. And so that's what makes it stew. You know, the difference between chicken soup. There's a difference between beef soup. The difference between that and stew.
Yeah, the stew is hearty. You're not getting all of the vegetables in the soup. The soup is basically broth. You know what I mean? Just boil, just open a box of chicken broth, warm that up. There's your soup. I mean,
Yep.
so you now in this you got broth and everything else. Take everything else except the broth, and there's the difference between soup and stew.
To your body, I'll tell you the difference. The difference between this chicken soup and chicken stew that you see on the screen. That chicken soup, I'll eat a bowl of that and I'll be ready to eat a whole nother one in a couple of hours because it's just nothing. You know what I mean? It's gonna taste good. It's gonna fill you up if you drink the broth. And then about an hour and a half, 2 hours later, you're gonna probably want some more of that. The difference in this stew is you eat a nice hearty bowl of this. Trust me, you ain't gonna get a second. I'm telling you.
Yeah, that's gonna stick to you a little bit longer.
Stick to them ribs. Yep.
And it's a good thing on just when the temperature is below zero, as it is in the Midwest now and coming up. This is something that helps warm you from the inside.
Man.
So you consume it, and not only is now the ambient temperatures warm you from the outside as you're coming in from the cold, but the from the inside you just feel that warmth emanating from your belly. It's like very comforting.
Yeah, it is. And as cold as it's been in Chicago this last week, and as cold as it's about to get, from what I understand, my girlfriend told me it's about to get real frigid come this weekend.
Yeah,
These are the types of recipes you really, really want to consider. If you don't make this kind of stuff, might be a good time starting. Because if you live in the Chicago area, bro, you sound like you're gonna need it. Just shout out to RJP, RJ Pliskin.
is that Snake's cousin?
He says it's an honor listening to the Nomad Network. And
Right
guess
on.
what? It's an honor having you here
Indeed.
for sure. We appreciate you guys, man. All right, let's get to this next dish. This is gonna throw you for one trip, but then again, maybe not. This is gonna throw the audience for one. How you like this?
Yeah, pizza soup. Delicious. Ingredients onion, bell pepper, garlic, ground beef, Italian sausage. What up, Crimson? Pepperonis, more chicken broth, some beef broth for another layer of flavor, tomato paste, and some beautiful mozzarella. And if you notice that these are the ingredients of pizza, it just so happens that you throw in all of those pizza ingredients into a pot and then throw in that chicken broth and beef broth. Now you got pizza soup.
I've had this at a friend's house in Georgia. Now I'm gonna tell you what's different about this, and you can look at it on his face and be like, "All right, is this just another soup?" Not necessarily. And I'm gonna tell you why. First, I'll give you some advice. Anybody want to consider making this? Don't get your store regular on the in that section pepperoni. You're gonna have to find a thicker pepperoni that can withstand a little bit of a boil. These are thicker pepperonis in there, and if they don't have it, the butcher may cut them for you.
Mhm.
And so get you find that butcher, have them cut you some thicker pieces of pepperoni, and you just buy them, have them weigh them out, and you buy them. But that that pepperoni, that flavor profile made it different than any other soup that I've ever tasted because of the flavor profile in the pepperoni.
Mhm.
That was good. And that mozzarella on top, like the one that I had mozzarella, and there was some what's that other cheese? The
Pecca Romano,
no. What's the other one?
provolone,
No. The other one you sprinkle on top of a piece.
parmesan.
Parmesan. The one that I had some parmesan on top of that thing. And I'm telling you, bro, it had ground beef, it had the Italian sausage in there to give it some substance underneath there.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh boy.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh
Yeah,
boy.
no, and the Pecca Romano is the Pecca Romano cheese is Parmesan and a Romano, so that's a mix, and so it is Parmesan, but it's like Parmesan plus. So if that's a combination, but yeah, the depth of the flavors with the three meats, because you got your ground beef, that's your hearty, you chewing that, but then the distinct flavor of the Italian sausage, it's like ooh, mm. And then the bitterness and the bite of the pepperoni, and if you do get those, only have access to the store bought ones and not a butcher shop to cut them a little bit thicker, just get 2 packs of the store bought ones and throw those in there. You
And
know, yeah.
now I was gonna say, man, you can imagine eating something like this, and like the flavor profile of an Italian sausage is strong enough with that fennel in there, and that flavor is extremely strong, and it's gonna. If you don't like Italian sausage, dog, you wouldn't like Chicago pizza, but I'm telling you, you would think that's gonna be the strongest flavor in there. I'm telling you right now, those pepperonis overwhelm the Italian sausage, and in a good way. In a good way. It's probably top 2, 3 soups I ever ate in my life.
Hmm. Yeah, it's quite delicious because it tastes like pizza,
Yeah.
except you're eating it with a spoon.
The
And so
the
every spoonful is a different flavor combination and profile, just like every bite of pizza.
My advice to anybody that wants to do this: buy tomato paste and build your own sauce. Don't buy that cheap. What do they call that stuff in the jar? I forget the name of it.
You
Come
mean
on, man.
like the pre-made sauce or paste?
Yeah, man. That I don't know that like
Wait,
some
which
of
one are you talking about?
some of that like there's a brand that I think that's really good. What is it? Aunt, it ain't Aunt Millie, is it? No, there's something with a woman's name on it. Bishop, give me
Mm.
a thumbs up when you feel like you're ready, bro.
So I mean, is it a pizza sauce or tomato paste?
It's a jarred tomato sauce that people want to buy all the time because they don't want to build their own tomato
Okay,
paste.
well here's the easy way around that though. Yeah, he gave you the thumbs up, I think.
All right.
But you get a Dutch oven, a soup pot, and then you throw in some olive oil, and then you brown your ground beef and your Italian sausage with the onion, bell pepper, and garlic, and then so you let that brown in that pot, and then you build the sauce that Nomad's talking about with a tomato paste, and your seasonings. You know, since the fennel's already in the Italian sausage, you just add like maybe some basil, Italian seasonings, even, or the other one, oregano.
By the way,
Maybe,
Trip, real quick, if you're gonna do this, get sweet Italian.
yeah, sweet
Sweet
Italian.
Italian.
There's a
It's a
difference.
great contrast to kind of a tangy soup.
Yeah, and then once you do that, and then you mix that up, now you're building the sauce within the meats, and so you let those flavors cook in there a little bit, and then you go in with the broths, and then deglaze the bottom of your pan, and then let them simmer and simmer and simmer, and then simmer a little bit more, and then maybe you throw in some uh, tomato sauce if you would like that as well. So yeah, I mean, and then you can customize the ingredients just like you customize your pizza. So whatever meats you like on your pizza, that's not these, put those in your soup, and whatever toppings, prepare it the same way, but make sure you add the two broths to make it into a soup. And so you customize the pizza or whatever flavor you and your families desire.
Hey, real quick, shout out Bishop for busting up in here,
Yeah,
man. It's
Bishop.
good to see you, bro. I was just telling a story before we get into this. I got a second part of this pizza soup stuff. But I was just telling Trips, man, about the hot toddy came in effect at the household yesterday. My lady came home, talking about she got something going on. I put that hot toddy on her ass, knocked her ass, put her ass slam to sleep, boy. Slam to sleep. She in there laid out with one sock on, one sock off, just stretched out. But put her ass out, man. But anyway, man, I was gonna say, yeah. I was gonna say, man, listen, another thing with cooking, it might be somebody that's looking at this Trip and Bishop that be like, okay, what's the chicken broth and the beef broth? What's that all about, man? Why are you mixing flavors?
Edamame.
Let me tell you guys something. Do not be scared to mix it up because the levels of flavor that comes through when you make certain things, you can't really screw that up. You can't really screw that up.
No, and chicken broth, and actually chicken broth adds some real good flavor to stuff, man. Chicken broth is a real hidden gem that most people don't even realize, man.
Yeah, he's like Liberty's Outlook saying, throw a couple splashes of nice Chardonnay or any kind of red cooking wine in there. Maybe even throw a little a splash of Worcestershire sauce in there.
Hey, while I was in the back, I heard you mentioning something about one that comes like in a jar. I think you're talking about that. It's called Mazzetti's or Mazzetta's Artesian. That's what you're talking about, no man.
I've seen so many of them, man. That
It's
sounds
a Mazzetta Artesian. Yeah, Mazzetta Artesian pizza sauce. It's in a jar. It comes in a jar.
Yeah, I
think that's what you were talking about.
Like some of them, man. My girlfriend's bought them, and I ain't gonna waste nothing in my house, man. If it's there, you use it. So I'm just gonna always, if she brings something like that home, and I got to cook with it, I'm gonna do it my way. You know what I mean? I'm gonna add my own flair and shit. Like I've made pizza sauce and spaghetti sauce. Like I'll tell you something I probably shouldn't say live to you all. I put bacon in my shit.
Yeah.
Literally.
Bro,
like
bacon.
Yeah, you fry that bacon up. Yeah, it's good.
Well, bacon
Everything.
make bacon make stuff taste good, bro.
Man,
Don't trip on
bacon.
that,
Come on, Bishop. Tell him bacon go with everything from breakfast to dessert.
bro. Look
Like,
at here,
I don't
bro.
know that many people that do it. If anybody, I ain't never met nobody else that did that in building their pizza sauce. I chopped the shit up and left it in there. I was gonna take it out. I put the grease and everything in it. I just like it.
Well, that's part of the browning of the meats in the same pot that you're putting the sauce in, so that you're getting that pot liquor of all the grease in there. And it's like I wouldn't put salt in there. That's why I would go with a splash of Worcestershire. But I would gonna put a couple pinches of sugar in there to counteract all the tomato sauce, so that
just to
smooths it out.
and cut some of that acidity.
Yeah, mellow it out a little bit on the acid.
So
But Bishop, what pizza would you order right now if you ordered a pizza? What toppings?
Oh, bro, I'm a real simple dude, bro. I'm strictly Italian sausage, man. Honestly, bro, I'm Italian sausage. Maybe if I'm in Chicago, I'll order Italian sausage, half of it with giardiniera peppers on it, and I get down like that, bro. I don't have to have all that extras. Now, every once in a while, I may throw some bell pepper on there, you know, but I don't get too crazy and fancy with my pizza, man.
All right. Well, that what you just mentioned.
I'm a simple dude when it comes to my pizza.
That can be a very simple soup then.
Oh, absolutely.
But it will be flavorful,
bro,
just like a pizza. Yeah. I mean, but you just put those toppings in, and with the sauce and the broths and all of that, and that's what it is.
So
it's pizza, and instead of the dough, you got the liquid broth. That's the only difference.
Mm-hmm. So whatever you desire on your pizza. The only thing that I would caution people, and I don't know what it might taste like, but the only thing that I put that I've eaten on a pizza that I wouldn't put in this soup would probably be some anchovies. I wouldn't put that in there. But I
pineapple.
Yeah, pineapples and shit. Like, nah, you don't do all that. But anchovies has a lot of salt to it, you know what I mean? I ain't saying it might be the worst thing in the world, but I wouldn't put that in the soup.
Well, if you want to cut down a little bit on the salt, but still want a little bit of the same flavor, put a can of sardines.
No.
I mean, you won't, because you won't see the sardines. You won't see it. You just mush it up in there, and it'll just be part of the sauce.
Trips, you lost me, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, but it's the same dip premise as our anchovies. If you ever put well, I mean, it's a different culture, but
texture and everything.
Fish sauce.
Hey, you know what, Crimson? I wouldn't piss on the idea, but it just feels like, and you're right about the salt part of it. The same thing with the bacon. But I just don't know. And I do like fish. Like, I got fish paste, like shrimp paste here, that I use with a lot of different stuff that I cook up, man. And you'd be surprised what that shrimp paste can add to it.
Yeah, I mean, all you do is just grind up sardines. Now you got fish paste.
No, you don't put the sardines in there. No, Trip, you tripping. Yeah, I remember you made that shit on the show.
It was delicious. It was beautiful.
I ain't forgot that. I'm still sick from watching that shit. But listen, man, anything you can imagine that you like on your pizza, like the farthest I go is mushrooms and some sauteed green peppers. That's about as extravagant I get from, sausage.
Throw some mushrooms in this pizza soup right here too.
Yeah, mushrooms. Give me some good mushrooms and some, and maybe some green peppers for sure, man, because that makes everything taste better. But yeah, man.
But the thing is, what a lot of people don't realize about cooking are the different layers of flavor, because you could have this soup right here and you can just throw some raw mushrooms in it and they will absorb and cook within that sauce and be delicious. Or you can saute some mushrooms, with some beautiful butter, maybe a little garlic in a different pan, and then dump those into this sauce. That's going to be a totally different flavor, between the sauteed mushrooms and just the raw mushrooms. So taking the extra step here to grill or saute or sear or fry. That's just another layer of flavor, whatever that method is that you're preparing it. And then you add that into this dish. And so everybody's bringing their own thing to the party to make a bigger party, as opposed to everybody just coming to make a party.
So, hey, bro, I told my brother about this before he passed, man, and and I remember when I first got back here, he wanted to take me out for pizza, right? He was just glad that I'd moved back home, man. He just wanted to hang out with me, and he takes me out to this new pizza spot, man. They got this pizza called the Tough Guy. Tough Guy, huh? You know what I mean? This motherfucker, when I tell you, they everybody told me that motherfucker hot now. It's hot. I was like, man, ain't no pizza. I've tasted spicy pizza before, man. I ain't scared of this. He's like, you really want it? I was just like, fuck it, I'll try it. You buying it? I'll try it. Man, them red pepper flakes took over.
Yeah.
Took over. Like, I mean, dog.
Yeah, a little bit of do you with the red pepper.
I almost had to sit down on their toilet in that bathroom, man.
Yeah, that would have been nasty. That would have been nasty.
Oh, bruh. Like, I know people that like red pepper flakes on their pizza. Like, my mother gets pizza, and no matter what pizza she gets, she's gonna put Tabasco on that thing.
That's
just how she rolls, man. But man,
here's how you can pepper it up a little bit, but it will be more soothing on the innards. Throw in a couple banana peppers.
Oh yeah, I'm all the time. That's like one of my other favorite things. Is black olives and banana peppers. Love them.
Yeah, though both of them can go into this mixture, into this soup.
But see, this is a really good soup to have, man. Let's say you having a bunch of friends over to the house, friends and family, man. And of course we know adult beverages is taking place. Having this type of soup, man, where they can get them a bowl of that, man, and put that on their stomach will help soak up that alcohol, man, and have some French bread sliced up, where they dipping that French bread in it, man, and chasing it with that just help, coat the stomach, man, so it absorb that alcohol and stuff and keep folks, somewhat
think
sober
about this
so they can drive home.
Shit. Isn't what do you call that game? The Super Bowl coming up? This could be
perfect.
This could be
perfect
right here.
Pizza, soup, and chili, and make a pot of chili for folks too, man, if they want that. So they got something to choose from, But you can't go wrong with a dish like this, man. It's comforting, it's filling, flavorful. Yeah,
and to get you right, this is the kind of
check all the boxes.
It's a lot of oil in this piece. It's got that component in it, from the pepperonis, the cheese, the sausage, the ground beef, all that shit that's going on underneath that cheese on the top and on top. All that's got the components in it to get you right, man. When you need to get right, you've been out doing too much. Get you a bowl of this shit, man. Get your ass put your ass slam to sleep.
You gotta get the right Italian. You gotta get the right Italian sausage. Make sure it's got that. It's got the right flavor, man. Just not any old
sweet
Italian sausage. It's got to be the right Italian sausage,
man. Crimson say if he fed this to his friends, you will have no more friends. Shit. They'd be at your house all the time after this.
Because this is something that you look at and you kind of turn your nose up and it's like, what the fuck is that? But then you kind of smell and it's like, well, it smells like pizza. And then you're like, that tastes like just watery pizza, liquidy pizza. Like, okay, let me. And it's like, go and hand me some of that French bread. Yeah, I want some cheese on it. Shit.
There's another ingredient in it that is very, very important to anything pizza, in my opinion, and that is the oregano. Make sure you got some of that going on.
Yeah, because there's Little Nicky's pizza spot on Broadway in Chicago, just north of the fuck street was that? Morris? No, that wasn't Morris. That's not Morris. That what the it's gonna mess with Wilson. Thank you, Wilson and Broadway. But you get the hot pizza out of the big pizza ovens, and on the counter they had a big shaker thing of Parmesan, a big shaker thing of Italian seasonings and a big shaker thing of oregano and a shaker thing of red peppers.
If I gotta put any of that on the pizza you just brought out the oven, that pizza ain't worth shit to me.
No, it's just plain pizza, but if you want seasoning on it, those are the additions because it was delicious pizza. I mean, you didn't have to add anything, but those were, just what they had on the counter. And those were the popular toppings that, people would add. But just that the pizza that they pull out the oven and put on that cheap ass paper plate, with the thin ass layer of foil on there, and then you eat it like you can't eat it because it's too hot at the time, and it's all crispy on the bottom, and cheese pulley is like, oh please, it's like yeah, come give me some of those red pepper flakes. Yeah, I want some Parmesan. Shit.
Pizza is Mount Rushmore as one of probably the top 2 or 3 things ever created since mankind started creating. Period. And I'll fight you about it. I will fight you. All right. Y'all ready to get to some drinky drink?
Man, you talking about fighting, and in the chat, you got 2 natural born enemies, the Hatfields and the McCoys, Crimson and Scrolls are coming together saying kumbaya.
I see that, man. They've been arguing the entire show. But that's cool, man. That's good. They're getting to somewhere, man. That's the fan base.
Hug it out.
Fan base business going on right now.
You know what I mean? Hug it out.
All right, here we go. We're gonna get to some drinky drinks, man. Y'all ready to
all right, this is Bishop right here.
Bishop, I actually was thinking about you when I was thinking about these cocktails, man. I want to see what you think about this.
Okay.
Go ahead, read off the ingredients stuff, Bishop.
Oh.
Out loud.
All right. So it's called matcha highball. Ingredients: honey syrup, lemon juice, Japanese whiskey, which I love, club soda, matcha powder,
Never heard.
I'm not familiar with, of course, a shaker, and ice.
So
sounds.
I've had a shot of Japanese whiskey. I don't know. Not everybody's tasted a Japanese whiskey, bro. Describe Japanese whiskey in your terms.
Yeah, what's that like?
In your terms.
It's very smooth, well balanced. It gives a bit of a twist to a bourbon. It's kind of you know how I gauge it between a bourbon and a scotch. It's right in the middle of that, man. It's I like it because it's really balanced, and it'll put you on your arse. I would tell you that, but I like it. It's real. You got to be careful with it though. I don't get into it real heavy, boy, because it'll grab you. But I like it, man. I got introduced to it by my god brother, man, who lives in Atlanta, when he used to work for Beam, and of course they have a line of Japanese whiskey that they distribute, and tastes very well. I like it. There are some whiskeys that's kind of an acquired taste. This one here, it's very. It's all I can say is try it and and let us know what you think. I like
try
it.
it. You'll like it.
Whiskey. Yeah, try it.
Because I'm like I said before, I'm not a clear liquor kind of guy, but Japanese wise, I will enjoy me some sake, whether it be cold or hot, which is hot.
I like sake. Yeah, I like
sake. Because hot sake, you take it to the head. But I wasn't familiar with what the matcha powder is, but I'm familiar with the term matcha because of Caleb Williams. And I guess, that's his thing, the matcha tea. But matcha powder is finely ground, shade-grown Japanese green tea, known for its vibrant green color, rich umami flavor, and antioxidant-packed jitter-free energy boost from caffeine and L-theanine, used for traditional whisked tea, lattes, smoothies, and baking, made by stone milling young tea leaves.
Hey, so Trip, I got to tell you, here's my experience with Japanese whiskey. There's two run-ins with it. Still never tasted it. There's some down there in my basement right now, some little bottles and shit that I happen to go through. So it's a guy that owns a liquor store. I just got to know the owner. And when I go through there, I just go through and get a heap of shit. Like last time I was chit chatting with Aldo, he talked me into going to get some bourbon. So I went in that motherfucker and bought like 7 bottles. So imagine 7 nice bottles of whiskey and how much you're going to spend at one time. And so the owner of the place is going to notice that. So he's just like, "Hey, you spending that? Why you getting all that? You having a party?" I was just like, "I'm gonna taste them all." You know what I mean? So I bought hundreds of dollars worth of whiskey and bourbon. And so he ended up being cool with me. We get talking and shit about different stuff that I wanted to try. And so he was just like, "You want to try some? Try this." So he had like these 3 Japanese whiskeys. They're all clear, all of them clear whiskey. And so to this day, I haven't tasted any of them. Now, I was in a Japanese steakhouse, not there to eat, in there for a meeting. And somebody had a shot of Japanese whiskey and asked me if I wanted some. I'm just like, "Dog, I'm working." It's like, "Yeah, just have a shot." I was like, "Nah, dog, but let me smell it. I want to see what it smelled like." I'm gonna tell you, it's uniquely different, man, on the nose. I don't know what it tastes like, but the smell of it was uniquely different, bro.
And that's what he
Well,
used to say about cocaine.
I'm gonna so I'm gonna share a little something with you about Japanese whiskey that many people don't know. It's distilled very much on the same level of Scotch.
Hmm,
So you
yes.
have your single malt Japanese whiskeys. So Suntory is one brand. I hope I'm not botching up the name. I think it's Hibaki is another one.
Hi.
But they're distilled very much like Scotch. So that's why I said it's to me it's in between. It's more closer to Scotch than it is bourbon, but it's right. It's in between those two. But you trust me when I tell you, it does have a very distinct smell to them. You have some clearer as well as some more closer to brown. So you know I advise anyone to just try the different ones to see which one fits
Yeah.
your
Oh,
palate.
and but as in when you're trying any alcohols, taste testing, sampling, like Red Baron is
Please
saying
be
here in chat,
responsible.
Japanese liquor is very smooth. Yeah, because sake smooth AF. It sneaks up on you. Next thing you know, you're tied up being questioned by the yakuza or being tickled by toes of geishas, whichever.
But
But
that's why
but
that's why I said what I
go
said.
easy,
Trips.
go easy, and
Yeah,
put
you have to, man.
shake each one with water and but eat every time you try something, drink water behind it. Dilute that because it
Well,
seems as though that this Japanese whiskey has levels just like
yeah,
scotches and whiskeys and tequilas. So there's the light, the medium, and the darks. So
I typically drink
I
it.
would I would try
I
this
drink it
drink though.
neat.
Yeah.
I do. I drink it neat with a water chaser.
Now, honey syrup. Not familiar with that one. Can you just use honey?
Honey syrup.
No,
You ever had honey syrup?
I've had honey, but not honey syrup.
Yeah, you get different flavors of honey syrup too now.
Uh,
I don't really eat sweets, but I know I've tasted different stuff. Like in the South, man, people make this shit at their house, man, and will put it on your. They gonna cook for you. If you spend a night at somebody's girl at your girlfriend's daddy crib or mama crib, you get up, you eating breakfast, whether you want to or not in the South, bro.
yeah, shit.
oh, bro, they
Grits,
might they
eggs.
probably by that time, man, they
Mhm.
might have smoked a whole hog, bro,
Biscuits.
and they done pulled that whole
The one
hog up out the
the
ground.
big pieces of ham like that
They
because
done made some
ooh,
homemade biscuits, bro. Yes, sir.
Shit.
and the eggs are big and fluffy and steaming.
The
Boy,
penny cakes, bro. Yes, sir.
breakfast
What
is
kind of jelly you want?
breakfast
Blueberry,
is a
grape, boysenberry,
religion.
because they made that.
Breakfast is a religion in the South. I'm
But they
just
don't
like,
do
what?
jelly. They do jam. They don't
Jam.
do jelly.
Yes.
They do jams.
Just stepped out of jelly right into the jam.
Man, they got like bro. I met some
Get you
people
some apple butter. Put
country.
put on some
And you know
bread.
what you're
That's the
drinking out
toast.
of? Old mason jar.
I met a couple girl. I met one girl that
Ooh.
Ice cold milk.
daddy had hogs in the backyard, chicken.
And all of them was delicious.
Man, bro, they got homemade everything, man. They be making stuff from the land. Well, the South got some treats for you down there, man. So you gonna
Yes, sir.
taste some different kinds of syrups and honeys and shit down there.
Yeah, but the thing that always, well, not the thing, but something I always remember about the South when I visited some relatives down there in Huntsville, Alabama, that their beds were so high off the floor. Just everybody, just normally their beds were just higher off the floor than I was typically used to. But they all had like pea pots under them. And it's like, wait, y'all pee in the same room? Y'all don't go to the bathroom? And it's like, no, they would just get up, piss in the pot, put the pot back under the bed, and dump in the morning. I was like, that's different. But I enjoy it.
Oh no,
It was
sir.
lovely.
I ain't doing that.
Well, I mean, hey,
I
when
ain't
in
doing
Rome,
that.
when in Rome.
Hey, hey, what's it? Frankie Beverly and Mays got a song out, Southern Girl. Hey, they different down there, man.
Yeah, yeah. And then the big fireplace going.
Yeah, man. Like
And
they,
back when
this is really
you could
actually
actually, there
Triple R.
was a spring, a natural spring, to where you could literally scoop out water and still drink from. I don't know if today you can still do that, but back then you do. It was clean, it was fresh, it was cold, it was pure. Out in the country.
There's a book that I read a long time ago. This is gonna sound a little bit like about a race story, but it ain't really, but it is. Like you talking about the high beds that were high off the ground. And I read a book a long time ago. It was written by a former slave, and he was talking about the more and more Europeans that came over here, the more and more rats they saw. The more and more rats they saw, like rats aren't indigenous to this continent.
Came
Those
over
came,
on the ships.
those came from Europe, my boy.
The stowaways.
Yeah, they came on those ships and they got off them ships with them and made it. And so that's the story behind that former slaves high beds. They kept them things up off the ground and used like repurposed steel and shit so they couldn't climb the posts.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean and the pots, not the porta potties. Well, they were kind of portable and they were pots. So I guess the early porta potties, but they didn't have indoor plumbing. So it was either use the pot under the bed if you had to go number one. But if you had to go number two, you had to go to the goddamn outhouse. And you know what I mean? And where's outhouse? Outside. What's outside at night? Darkness. And all kind of stuff that make noise and shit. And what's in our house in the dark? You don't know. Go ahead, sit down. Enjoy yourself.
I got another drinky drink for y'all real quick before we get into this Bears conversation. See what y'all think about this. This is
the Belmont. Ingredients: lemon juice, ginger syrup, Galanio, which is a mixer, lemon, peach liqueur, and shaken with ice.
and that little garnish in the top is mint, by the way.
Yeah, mint. Yeah, this looks sweet and bitter at the same time.
This looks delicious to me.
I don't know about this one.
You got to think or why they would, because so Scotch is the drink. I don't know.
Yeah, because there's no liquor in there.
Scotch is the drink for this. My fault for not adding that. Scotch.
Okay, all right, yeah, okay, there
that's
you
different.
go.
That's different. All right. Yeah, that okay.
That
Okay.
helps.
Now I fucks
That
with it. I fucks with it. Yeah. Yeah, because if the peach liqueur was it, or like some kind of vodka or gin pass, but Scotch is like, oh shit, okay, all right. And now you are messing with Crimson because first you got a green drink, now you got a gold drink. FGB, damn it.
Hey man, look, there's no good drinks that ain't green and gold, bro. Not no mixed drinks. You can think, man, you got to like some of this stuff, like I've got to try some more like ginger syrup. I've got to try that. I've got to try that. I just want to see what that flavor profile would do to a drink like this. Galliano is a mixer. I've had it in something. Don't remember exactly what it was, but I've seen it on the table. Somebody was making it shit, and it's a sweet taste. Um, Peach liqueur. I haven't. I take that back. I've had peach liqueur. I've had peach liqueur, and it's delicious. Scotch is a very, very sharp whiskey, in my opinion. I don't know what y'all think about that.
A very what liquor?
It's sharp.
Well, it depends. I mean, it can be very mellow, very smooth.
Like
I think it's just levels. Like if you get just bottom shelf, it could be not as refined, more bitter, too sweet, or too pungent. Whatever the case may be. But if you move on up a little bit, Scotch can be just very smooth. Sip on it, raw, just straight up, clean, neat, rather.
Like what's the last Scotch you had? Last thing I had was Johnny Walker.
Johnny Walker Black, and that was smooth AF. That was that. It was over the Christmas holiday, so it was get up, brush your teeth, drink a bottle of water, and it's like pour yourself a couple fingers of the Johnny Walker Black, and it's like, hey, good morning. I mean, there was that kind of flavor, that kind of smoothness to it.
Is Chevis? I think that's a Scotch too. You know what Chevis is?
Chevis Regal.
Yeah.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah, that's that old school right
That was
there.
my grandmother's favorite.
Uh-huh.
That was my grandmother's favorite, brother.
Yeah, with that dark label on the bottle.
I got a 60-year-old fifth of that downstairs.
Yeah, now that'll put hair on your chest and then burn that shit off at the same time.
Imagine what that shit is after 60
But
years.
It's smooth, brother. It's smooth.
Man, you can run a car off of that stuff.
Chevis?
No, Chevis is real smooth, bro. Chevis Regal is real smooth. My grandmother used to drink that, bro. That was that in a tall can of Budweiser.
So that Chevis. So I'll tell you how I came across it. My mother bought this. I think I told y'all this. My mother bought this house from my grandmother. It was a total rebuild. They had to gut it first and start from scratch, basically. Just start with a shell. And that's what they did. And so at one point or another, it was a hoarder who owned the house. Old man turned into a hoarder. And it was just so much shit in there from top to bottom. You talking about big long roll-offs full of shit. Just constantly dumping that old ass shit. The man had been gone for about 15 years. So she won it at an auction and got the house and was going to rebuild it for my grandmother. And that's the house they live in now. She's living there with my grandmother. And dude, it was so much shit in there. So here we are. They cleared the house out completely. Now they off into the garage. The garage got as much shit as the house, right? Now they get to the bottom of it and they find all this old ass liquor. And these motherfuckers, before I got there, they had already got to like 3 bottles of it. Old, like 60-year-old liquor, man. Good shit too. And I get there, these motherfuckers just drink. I mean, where the fuck y'all getting this shit from? I get in there and I'm like, hold up. Hey, man, put that shit down. Who fuck told y'all? You got to get, we got resident crackheads in there cleaning out that nasty shit. It's got mold and it's got dirt and it's got, hell, it might be some raccoons living up in that motherfucker. And it was, all that shit up in there. So everybody's dirty from top to bottom. They find them some liquor up in there. They opening up 60-year-old liquor in there.
Shit, take it to the head.
And drinking it. And so I got to probably
turn that up.
About another 15, 20 bottles of shit that ain't even on the market no more. Some of the shit that I put online just to give it a test run to see how much it's worth. You got everything as low as $700 this and shit in there worth $4,000, man.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's not only liquor, but the actual bottles, casings that they're in.
All of that stuff, they're just looking for the seal to be on it.
Yeah. Those are collector's items, materials right there. Not meant to be enjoyed or consumed or imbibed. So yeah, but Scrolls here is
hey Trish,
this Belmont here, very sweet. That looks very, very sweet. So if you're on the sugar, diabetic, You may want to chill with this one, but also you can't gauge how much alcohol you're drinking. Well, that's easy because you pour it in a shot glass and then you pour it into your drink. So you're measuring your liquor. You're measuring all this stuff. You're just not free balling pouring.
Trip, I gotta, before we get out of this conversation and into the Bears, I seen so much old liquor in that garage. I kept digging and digging hard. I was just like, it's a matter of time before I find a bottle of Ripple up in here. Something Fred Sanford used to drink. That's what I was looking for. But I found
never.
Yeah, it was cool, man. But that's that for the food and drink department, man. We're gonna get to some Bears right now.
Hey, here's a question. Now, Kids isn't here, but the No Maniacs. Because we were talking about it, the algorithm has been popping up homemade wines. And I think the Nomad Network, the Kids, Canuck, and Sports of Chicago style, you get whatever flavor you want, apple or sody pops or whatever. And then we do the experiment and we turn that into wine. Because you can do it like a couple weeks.
You can.
Yeah. And it's like, let's see how it turns out. You know, so we do some homemade stuffs.
They do that shit in prison with toilet water all the time.
Thank you for sharing that. But think of it as more of as more in your bunker, in your getaway spot. If you want to have a little something to turn up, but you can't go out to the store because there are no more. But you do have, a bottle of spiced cider or whatever kind of sody pop or whatever. And it's like, hey, you want to drink? This is how you do it. And so you put the materials into your shelter, and now you can have your own little bar, from those materials.
Yeah, you know what? That I have seen some stuff. Maybe that's one day we'll get into some of that, homemade wine talk, man. But
but is that when you think about the prepping and the doomsday preppers, as we do here on the Extra Sauce, that is also part of survival. Because mentally you're dealing with a lot of pressure if the situation, around you is one that you're in a survival situation. It's like, I need a drink, and you mentally, physically calm you down. Maybe you need to take a nip to make a hot toddy because of a sickness and illness, and you don't have medications. So if you need to make alcohol, there are practical purposes for it. And so knowing how to do it in a limited situation, how to do it yourself, I think that's a valuable skill to have.
Distilling, huh? You want to teach people how to cheat, right?
Well, the game will be broken.
Yeah, you right about that. All right, man, listen. Scroll said, whenever doomsday hit, I'm going to be wherever Zay Frazier is.
He about to be back in Hallis Hall, though.
And all right, let's get to some. Let me do this, man. He is off the grid, man. But hopefully we're gonna get something out of this guy. We're gonna find out here in a few months. Let's get to I'm gonna put it up and we're gonna talk around it until we get into this conversation. But the Bears, hold on a second. Let me turn my mouse and went dead on me. Give me a second. But we ain't gonna talk about this yet. But as it's showing on the scroll back on the bottom, the Bears have signed 15 players to futures contracts, and you'll see the name scrolling on the bottom. They've already interviewed with a player that they're interested in, probably as a UDFA or something. You'll see him at the back end of it. But 15 players have been signed to futures. So what they're doing is basically setting up camp. So the next camp and doing salary cap, gymnastics, making sure they got certain, boxes checked so that when they have to get into the meat of the salary cap situation and figuring out what they have and what they have available to them, they've got some of this stuff checked off. And you're probably going to see several more players get signed. And, these are, guys that'll be here, and a couple of them I think will be here for a while. But these are just, basically camp bodies. You got to fill up the roster to complete camps. You need enough people. But that's what you see scrolling on the bottom.
I think some of them could have a bigger role in that.
Yeah, for sure. for sure.
Well, I
Got
mean,
hot
we saw.
excited about the Dominique Hampton.
Oh, wait, who's that linebacker?
Yeah, they got him listed as a linebacker. Let's see if they stick to that because he was a safety at Washington. Let's start this way, man, because what I wanted to do was kind of put things on par to the side a little bit for Sunday. What we're going to do Sunday on Nomad at Night at 8 p.m. Central is start covering, what we should do salary cap wise and what we can do in free agency. It wouldn't be right to do that kind of stuff with Ked's not here. He likes to do that kind of stuff. And so we're going to save that conversation for Sunday night at 8 p.m. on Nomad at Night. We'll do that there. We'll start getting into the gymnastics of who they can sign, who they can't sign, how much it's going to cost, and what we can do in free agency. Because from experience, I know that we need to cover those bases first before we start getting into all the mock draft stuff that we're going to get into with the college players. To me, I think we need to do just be very judicious about who are these guys and what can they bring to the team. There's several impending free agents now that we can bring on this team and upgrade the level of this team. Talking about the depth, maybe even find a starter or two in that, man. But we're going to have that whole conversation Sunday, and that's going to be fun. But right now, man, what I want to do is continue the conversation about this season and think about where we were, Bishop and Trips, when the season started. The mind space that we were in, getting a new coach, Caleb's second year, not being totally sure about exactly how this thing was going to marry up. And here we end up damn near in the NFC Championship game. Let's just talk about all of that stuff right quick, man. Let's just get on where we were and where we are now,
man. Yeah, I'll lead off. Yeah, going from flus to first is a beautiful thing. There's something that we have not heard that we heard a lot last year and previous years. Sell the team. We haven't heard that from the McCaskies this season for the fans. Nobody's saying that.
Mm-hmm.
What fixes those calls? Winning. So maybe other Chicago owners, Jerry Reinsdorf, looking at you, the White Sox and the Bulls are still hearing those chants, but those are no longer the chants here for Alice Hall. So, all right, sell the teams off the table. All right, what has changed in just the last year? You have, Kevin Warren coming in, assuming that role, and he's doing his thing, and he's playing, the suburbs against the city. He's playing the state against another state. He's doing his thing. The fans want it yesterday, but they're talking about millions and billions of dollars. They're going to go at their own sweet pace. They spent the money to bring in the hot shot number one coaching prospect out there in Ben Johnson. He's in the fold. Ryan Poles gave up the opportunity to get the Hall, and he took Caleb Williams. And now you see the hierarchy is all formed there, and so now Caleb Williams goes to other venues to watch the Blackhawks, watch the Bulls. He's loved and cherished by the fans, the national media, the normies of football. Or Caleb Williams, that kid's pretty good, So we got that going for us. The offense has been spent on highly with the draft. We've seen the rookies step the hell up like I don't think we've seen the rookie class do. They didn't start all of them hot, from the beginning of the season, but halfway through the season, they started contributing more and more and more. And to the end, where it's like, yeah, all of them made mistakes. And so, yeah, they're rookies, but we see the development. We see the flashes on all levels. So the coaching staff that Ben Johnson brought in is a higher level than any of the Flus or Nagy or Fox regimes, to a positional coach, who are getting interviewed and poached as we speak, So the not guaranteeing that next year this team will be in the same position is very true. But we have more faith, more confidence that at least they're going in the right direction. and they just don't look lost like the bad news bears of old. So going forward, yeah, a lot fucking better outlook, mentality, attitude.
Bishop, what say you, man? You want me to go first? I can go.
No, I'll go. I was just making sure Trips got it out, but very well stated, Trips. Here's my take. Like you said, from flutes to first. I love that. We're talking about a team that, for the first time ever, went out and got their guy to head the helm at coach. They went after the most coveted guy in the league at that time, and they got their man. Um, More importantly, and assembled a coaching staff that garnered respect throughout the league. Something that we can't say about previous Bears teams. One or two coaches here and there might have garnered um, respect, but not an entire coaching staff. Which, you know, and this probably be we might bring this up later on in the show, but amazing to me how we've been getting criticized for the season that we had and how lucky we were, or it wasn't supposed to be where we did get to. But why are those same teams trying to poach our coaches if we were a fluke? Once again, the puke green and yellow, or gold, whatever you color you want to give them, you know, that's a whole nother story. I digressed. Um, then that this coaching staff came in and did something that we haven't had in a long time, which was real evaluations of players. Along with that evaluation of players, true tested the players' character and guts and work ethic throughout OTAs and throughout mini camp, OTAs, and training camp. Many of those players, not the entire locker room, stated about just how tough of a practice of a training camp that they had that they have never experienced prior to, either with the Bears or previous teams. This man came in and put together and built a culture and an identity for a team that, we must be honest and say, was pretty much lost. Didn't have an identity, didn't have a culture, didn't know who they were. Too busy trying to be like other teams versus we're going to stand on our own and be who we are. That's what Ben Johnson did and this coaching staff this year. Now, let's get to the players. A very nice mixture of veteran and rookies and first, second, third year players on one team, strategically brought in key veterans in key positions in key rooms within Hallis Hall to make sure that at every level, those players could be met where they were and help elevate it to get the level of play that we got out of these young men this season. Um, on top of, we talk about culture. The culture actually started from top down, and we cannot go without mentioning the hires of the Kevin Warrens, of the Ryan Poles, the Ian Cunninghams, the scouting team and staff, where many were let go and others were brought in so that they can go out and evaluate the talent at the college level and evaluate free agents to determine who was going to be a fit for this organization. Not just physical fit in terms of play and play style, but character. All of these things is what encompassed and provided this city, this great fan base, a team that can now be respected, but more importantly, make the fans proud to walk around and wear their gear now, because we have now made a mark, made some noise. We are now on the map, Now, next season, we're not going to sneak up on nobody, but that's okay. We're not trying to sneak up on you. We want you to see us coming. We're going to be, as a team, as an organization, as a fan base, we're going to be in your face because we're confident. The organization's confident. The players are confident with who they are as an organization and as a team. And each one of those players may not have had the seasons that they wanted to have, but it wasn't about stats this year. It was about wins. These guys, most of these guys on this team hadn't won anything until this year. But again, that also is a testament of the leadership of the veterans that was brought into the organization to help get these guys to buy into what it is that we now know of as a true Bears culture. And you got to give all the credit to Ben. Many question whether he was going to be a good head coach. If he what type of head coach is he going to be? We know him as an offensive mind, but can he turn Caleb around? Can him and Caleb get along? And in the first few games, including preseason, many, especially in the media, didn't think that was going to be a good marriage. But in most marriages, you gotta fill each other out. You gotta understand and communicate what it is that each one is looking to get out of the relationship to one, come together, grow, and thrive. And they did that. You hear it in every one of the pressers with Caleb. In the locker room when he gave Ben Johnson the game ball. These are things that most please, fans, understand. I'm not beating anyone up, but these are things that most fans overlook because many at that level, if played the sport at all, but they're
If
fans.
ever.
Yeah, that too. But this thing that came together this season was magical. But now we have something to build on. We have a true foundation, not made of sand, but made of real concrete. And it's thick. And he's just going to continue to build and build and build. What I like most about our front office is the two guys, the general manager and assistant general manager, came from winning cultures. You know, did it take some time? Yeah. Were there some misses in some, in some in previous drafts with certain players, even with certain trades? Were there some misses? Yeah. But let's be clear. Every team have misses. It was just our fan base and the media covering our team that magnified it and made it seem like nobody knew what the hell they were doing. Well, guess what, y'all? Looks like they knew what the hell they was doing.
Right.
So let's call it what it is. It was a really, really great season. I'm super proud of what this team achieved. I personally don't feel that they overachieved because I went out in the beginning of this season upon the coaching staff that he had assembled. And after they came out of training camp, I said, this team's going to go 10-7. I said that. They exceeded my expectations just regarding to that. So I know now that this team is going to be a team to be reckoned with. They have the North. I don't see them giving the North back. Kudos to the team up north for retaining their coach so we can keep that rivalry going. Football needs that. And let's be clear, the NFL is not the NFL when the Chicago Bears are not a winning football team. And now that the talk of the national media now, and so many retractors trying to cover up they're in the litter box trying to cover up their shit because of all the garbage that they was talking about early on. He paint his nails, he's this, he's that. All of a sudden now, oh, he's a bad man. Oh, he's got some really great traits shit back in August.
Well, would you say, Bishop,
So
even the
keep that.
justice sexuals have come around?
Yeah, bro. Keep all that. Keep that energy where y'all had that energy. We don't need no bandwagon fans. It's all good over here. We straight. Trust and believe that. But I'm gonna end it with this. Congratulations to the 2025 Chicago Bears. I'm super excited, super proud of you guys. I cannot wait to see how the roster is assembled Hopefully we can retain the guys that need to be retained, those that showed up, those that played through injury and through pain, you know, might not have liked how they might have exited the locker room at the end of the season, but was the most consistent out of the group. Didn't might not have had the numbers that he or others had, previous seasons. But guess what? Was a major contributor and the reason why this team won the games they won in the fashion that they won, and we cannot overlook that. So with that, I'm gonna pass it to Nomad, but salute to the Chicago Bears. I'm proud to be a Bears fan, and let's go, baby. Bear the fuck down.
Bear
And
down. Let's go.
and you know what, fellas? I don't know that I could top that, and I'm not gonna try it. And what I'm gonna say is I'm gonna kind of refurbish everything that you guys have said in my own way. And I'm gonna start at the top and we're gonna work our way down. And I think coming into the season, there's a lot of people after Ryan Poles. There's a lot of people.
Bro, they wanted the man gone.
They wanted him gone. And you know what happened? And you got to give that man his flowers too, man, because
Power Pros compelled you.
Withstanding that level of scrutiny and that level of smoke, you got to give him his flowers, man. You got to stand tall and face the fire, and that's what he did. You had a lot of people complaining about this. You got that, this pick, that pick.
Ain't no Matt where I haven't heard anybody be like, "Hey, man, Ryan Poles traded that 4th round pick for all pro left guard." No, none of that. I ain't heard that at all. Just like, hey, he gave Deo this much money. What the fuck was that about? But it's like, I get it. We complain when it's bad and it's warranted, fine. But when it's good and he makes good deals, he solidified the offensive line. We see how his draft picks contributed, and their trajectories. So it's like, yeah, you got to give him his props. Our polls compels you.
Look at what Scrolls said. The polls has officially taken the North, and that's exactly where I was going there. He came in here and proclaimed that those are strong words when you come in the NFC North division. This is a tough division, and it's getting tougher every year. The better the Packers are, the better the Vikings are, and the better the Lions are, makes it even tougher. That's a season within itself, having to deal with that within itself. Just trying to get through that part of your season, trying to annex your main rivals.
You know what's going to happen, though, Matt. Just because you said that, the pettiness of the NFC North between the Lions, the Packers, the Vikings, and the Bears. The Bears hired away the offensive coordinator for the Lions, right? Who was an instrumental part of their success. And now he's having success in Chicago, and they called him a Judas and all that. But now we see Al Harris getting interviewed for the Commies, I think the Giants and the Packers, hiring Al Harris to be their defensive coordinator just to be petty like that, even though they may like him, but just to the fact that, the newly signed LaFleur gets to jab at his buddy Ben Johnson. It's like, I'm gonna take somebody off your staff. I could see the pettiness of that for that.
You know what, Trips? But I don't think, and I could be wrong. I could be a bad judge of character, but I think Al Harris went and did the interview. I don't see him taking the job though. I don't, and honestly, and I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say it because of this reason alone. I don't feel that he fits into the culture of Green Bay or in the makeup of their locker room, not the locker room per se, but you know what I'm getting at. I feel like he's a fit, and I don't think that they would buy into Al Harris and how he like to do things. That's just me. Because I'm gonna be honest, bro. I'm just gonna call it. The motherfuckers are soft, man. They soft. They soft. The head coach soft, man. Anytime a fan base is crying
Al Harris
about a handshake. One dude can't make a bunch of guys tough. You gotta have it. They ain't got it,
Mhm.
bro.
Mhm.
You know,
Well,
they ain't
that's the
got it.
next
They just talk a lot of shit. I'm
that's the
sorry,
next
no
thing
man.
I was.
We sorry. We done hijacked your soliloquy,
No,
bro.
man,
Go
that's what
ahead,
being
bro.
a
My
host is
bad.
all about, man. You got to give up the mic and let people talk, man. That's what it's about. But to fill in where I was going was giving Ryan Poles his flowers, man. That was a hefty lift right there. That was a hefty lift because you
Shoot.
proclaimed to come in here and take the North. I don't know that the North was as ferocious as it was when he got here, but it got more ferocious as in the. Go ahead, Bishop. Go ahead. Speak
I
to it.
got an. I want to make an. You know what, bro? I'm glad you just man, bro. You really just hit me with something. I got to get this out. I want to on this network right now. I want to be the first to give a sincere apology to Ryan Poles because I was very critical of him when he made a specific trade. First and foremost, I was very critical of that, and I wasn't bought in right away on the draft pick used for Caleb. Caleb made a believer out of me. I am a true fan of Caleb, and I want him to be not just an exceptional quarterback. I look for him to be a MVP in this league. I expected him to be a multiple Super Bowl winner in this league. But more importantly, look at here. The boy, he's a dog, period. And I want to give him his flowers, but I want to on this network for anybody that can go back and check any of our previous shows. I have to give a sincere apology as a fan and as a podcaster, and as um, I like to consider myself a bit of a savant when it comes to NFL football and college football. But more importantly, I want to give this man a sincere apology because I was very critical. Ryan Pose, I apologize to you, and you have made me a believer, and you have renewed my fandom in the Chicago Bears. And trust me when I tell you, I'll throw some bowls when it comes to these Bears. So my apologies, but thank you for giving us what we had because nobody talked about how he stripped down the roster, cleaned up the salary cap to make sure that he was able to make the moves to acquire the talent that we currently have. So, and a lot of that goes unnoticed as well and untalked about. The young man to be his age, he is at some point he's going to get GM of the year. He has to for what he's done. But again, my apologies. Go ahead, no man.
No, you all good, man. Good job hitting it on point, man, because that's part of where I'm going after I get finished with Ryan Post talking about Ben Johnson and everybody around them. I'm talking about everybody within that facility. And it takes a team effort, y'all. It ain't just this individual, that individual, this individual, and that individual. They have to come together as a collective to deliver what we saw this season. And what we saw this season was success out of nowhere. And to finish with the Ryan Post thing, Bishop, I think you mentioned it. He's not gonna hit them all, you know. And
No,
to
but
have it
nobody
in you,
does.
yeah, and to have it in you to be able to give grace to when he doesn't hit them all, because you're a different animal when you're in college versus what it's going to take for you as a professional in the NFL.
Mhm.
Every single college player is going to be highly rated coming out of this draft. Trust and believe me, he's going to go through his trials and tribulations when he gets to this level. There's a few guys that might come out every 5 years or so that you plug that guy, you pluck that guy out of college and you plug him into the NFL and he gives you results right the F away. Sometimes you get that. But most of the time, you're going to get a whole lot of development and a whole lot of question behind that guy's name. Why did we
Mhm.
draft this guy? What is the GM doing? He doesn't know all that old kind of stuff. And my thing is this, I've been trying to be supportive of him as best I can this entire time. But this last season made it pretty difficult for me. Made it really, really difficult for me. And, for the first time in an off season, I was giving Ryan Poles SHIT because I felt like he deserved it. But what I'm about to give him his flowers is his decision making. His decision making. And I'm gonna get down to this Ben Johnson conversation real quick and say that, first of all, that was the right choice. Because I had my questions about Ben Johnson. I didn't see that guy as a leader of men. I did not.
Oh, I
I'm just
did.
being totally honest with y'all. And you can look at, like you said, you can look at old shows and you can pull stuff up and see. I wasn't sold on him. He wasn't the top guy that I wanted to see to come to Chicago. But what he has done in this process is show me that what you need is to understand the assignment first. Understand the assignment. First, you got to check some boxes about Chicago and making sure that we attack some of these stereotypes about Chicago football and what we are. Let's attack that first. We're going to show people that if you come in here with the right mindset, we get the right accumulation of people, football players, you can change that overnight. And that was his energy coming inside the building. When people asked him, "Do you think we can win now?" He didn't flinch. Yeah, we can win now. And to the credit of Ryan Poles, the guy came here. I'm talking about Ben Johnson. He came here. He inherited a pretty decent roster. All they had to do was add to it, add some key pieces. And what I say, one of the things about understanding the assignment is knowing that you got to get it right in the trenches if you want to be competitive. Knowing that, hey, if we're going to invest money this year and we're going to invest capital, invest it in making sure that you got this guy that I like and I believe in, talking about Caleb Williams, which I'm going to get to in a second. In order for him to be successful, in order for him to flourish at the rate that you need him to, what you're going to have to do is shore up the interior of the offensive line. And when you do that, he can be more comfortable as he's developing as a quarterback. What you're looking for, development. You intensify how good the protection is on the interior of the offensive line, which definitely changed the game for Caleb Williams. Ben Johnson understood the assignment. Those were, I'm not going to say take nothing away from Ryan Poles, but I'm going to say that Ben Johnson probably nudged him to say, I know you want to do some things with filling up this roster and getting key things taken care of, but if you want to see this prized draft pick come about and be the guy that he's capable of being, this is what you're going to have to do first. That's what I mean by understanding the assignment. Taking care of priority one. This team is going to be built around what Caleb Williams can do. He understood that. They also gave Dennis Allen some priority, and he got a couple of pieces. He didn't get anywhere near what he needed to get in order for that defense to be what it needed to be, but he got what he can get. You got an offensive head coach. Hello. You got an offensive head coach. His wants came first. We had questions about what to do in the draft and who to draft. Put all that stuff to bed. We thought they drafted. What the hell we doing drafting Colson Loveland? All that kind of stuff.
I love that pick. I was so on board with that pick, brother. I knew go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, you saw Ben Johnson's reaction. He was giddy. He couldn't contain himself in the seat when the car was turned in.
Well, I'm going there.
Number one tight end on my list.
Ben Johnson, being aspirational as he was to these guys, came in here with a certain amount of intensity that the Bears players fed off of. And that I'm gonna put that to the side because I got a lot more to say about Ben Johnson because he proved me to be a leader of men, that he can get men to follow him. That's the key to it. When you talk about leader of men, are they buying into what the fuck you selling? And he proved to me that they could, and they did. And we got the results of that this year. Proud as shit of that. Now to Caleb Williams. Again, all honesty, I was not the biggest fan of Caleb Williams at all. It wasn't talent that I was worried about. It was about Okay, do I see this guy fitting in what Chicago is? Like it was the whole thing about that. And it was you put that in contrast to the quarterback that we had, and I was just like, oh no, he's more Chicago than Caleb Williams. What Caleb Williams has done since then is showing me I watched that guy grow up in front of me. I'm talking about as a competitor. I've seen some growth in him as a human. I've seen a little bits of that too. And when you start talking about somebody of that age, I want people to understand that you're not dealing with the finished product, not at all. What you're dealing with is a product that is starting to mature, and we watched the maturity of a quarterback during this season. And what I'm most proud of is how he met the moments, the resilience. I'm proud of shit of it. I will say this out loud. He proved me wrong about him. And I'm glad to say that, man, because it was never about him as a quarterback and his talent. It was never that. I saw that day one, the minute I laid eyes on him. It was about, is that going to translate to this level? Can he take the coaching? Can he take the instruction from the coaches and build himself into an NFL quarterback? And that's playing on time, that's playing within system, and not all this wild running around and being willy-nilly like he was able to do in USC. It seemed like a Herculean task to me from that contrast from what he was in college to what I see now. And guess what? The guy didn't even scratch the surface. He ain't even scratched the surface. What's unique about this kid, and I think the most valuable trait to him, people might talk about his arm strength, how accurate he can throw, and this, that, and the third. But what's more important than anything is how, excuse me, is how he's able to negotiate the pocket and avoid sacks. Those are the things that keep drives going. So when you got that crucial 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, and he's back there in shotgun, nobody's back there to protect him, it's pocket presence. How he can avoid that first guy coming at him, he can avoid that second guy at him. Give himself a little bit more time, flush out one side or the other, or step up into the pocket and create something else. That is a unique talent that everybody's not gifted with. We have an absolute treat. That was one of the features I knew about him at USC. I was just like, okay, if he learned to play on time and learn how to play in some structure, if some coach can get that out of him, this motherfucker's gonna be something else. And he is. Now, that being said, what I hope is that, a lot of times quarterbacks that will come in their first, second year, have some success or not. And then in that third year, they tend to hit a wall. And I don't think that's going to happen with Caleb. I think he's got something extra going on with him. Seeing that with CJ Stroud right now. You know what I mean? He's going through some things. But that guy has proved to me that he's been worth every bit of all the accolades been given to him, and he can rise to another level. Hopefully that continues, man. But I'm supremely proud of that kid, man, because I'm watching him grow up and I'm watching him become the more and more snaps he takes in the NFL in pressure games and high situation games, the better he is. And that's just
You know what?
if he can calm
Well,
down.
Not to cut you, I
you know that.
apologize. I think you want to add this to, since you're speaking on it, and this kind of is in your wheelhouse, man. Um, Something that I think nobody gave Caleb has given Caleb um the respect for, more importantly, and what he endured last season and this season. And the reason I say this is in your warehouse is based off of your current of your profession, but his mental fortitude, brother, his
It take
mental fortitude, his makeup, the things that he endured, the things that he had to go through to get to the level, to be able to play at the level, you know, the challenges that he had that was placed upon him from Ben Johnson, to pull the absolute best out of him. And there's so much more room. His ceiling is so high, but it all starts with his mental fortitude, man. And I'd like for you to speak toward that because you understand that level of as far from a psychological aspect. And I think maybe you can speak on that some in terms of what he had to endure to get to the level of being able to fight through what he had to fight through, you know, and these comeback wins and things of that nature. So I just kind of wanted to throw that in. I'm gonna let you speak on it more, but I wanted to throw that in just to give a little extra layer to what you're laying down.
I'm actually glad you brought that up, and I'm almost, eh, I'm just gonna say it how it is in my mind. Like most people, most human beings, your average human being you're gonna run across is when you call these quote unquote pressurized moments. You either have the ability to focus or you don't. Some people really react to the pressurized moments. They have a literal visceral reaction to the pressurized moments, and they don't act in the way they normally should. Like me, and this is why I was a little hesitant to speak to this because it's something I relate to in a deep way. And it's, a side comment. I mean, the side conversation is my work that I've done professionally, but I'm talking about me as a human being and the moments I've been in as an athlete. Like, and I'll just talk about basketball. Like, I can remember times, all my life playing basketball when we are in tight games. You know how you go to the huddle and it's a couple seconds left on the clock and somebody has to take a shot and you look around your huddle and the person that the ball might be going to is looking a little skittish, right? He's in there looking like, oh shit, the ball coming to me. And I'm looking in the huddle like, oh, hell no, man, no, don't get him the ball. As soon as the huddle break, I'm telling everybody, man, pass me the ball. And so I'm not trying to pat myself on the back. What I'm talking about is it's an ability to be able to be calm when everybody else is, chaotic. It's a
Mhm.
it's a trait that not everybody's born with that I was born with. I just don't see pressure. I see opportunity. And I think that's the way Caleb sees these moments as opportunity. That's the best way to look at it because if you start looking any more deeper into it than what I just said, then you'll find that pressure that everybody's talking about. I think he runs through those moments like I did.
Well, that's some people internalize things different. Not everybody feels the same things in the same way. Because before he was drafted, the main thing that most fans knew about him, Bears fans, otherwise that weren't USC fans or
Mhm.
Oklahoma fans before that, was like, all right, who's this dude running up in the stands, paints his nails, okay, crying up in his mama's bosom after the loss, and it's like, well, what the hell are we getting here? Then he goes to the combine. It's like physical. Nah, you know who I am? Fuck all that. And it's like, oh shit. And it's like, the huevos on this dude, the chutzpah, if you will. But to see him, now develop as he grows up before our eyes, because that's what he's doing on the field, growing up, as well as off the field. I mean, he's a young guy. So the way he carries himself, that Nomad and Bishop were referring to, is cool, but just his physical toughness. We played that video earlier where he was coming up the stairs from the hockey game and he was stiff as all get out. The percentage of snaps that he plays, after getting dinged up, after getting knocked over or whatever, he's on the field, to his credit. And going forward, we expect that development because we've seen that Caleb wants to be great. Anytime he's around Tom Brady, he's like under him, just absorbing whatever he can from him, whatever kind of knowledge, whether it's about his own physical health and maintaining that and staying in shape, whether it be about quarterback stuff and how to spin the ball in the weather, or whether it be about leading a team or being the face of a franchise in a public aspect, being a business person. He's getting all of that. And we're watching him do it and bring his teammates along with him. He's not a quote unquote diva. He's not throwing guys under the bus. He takes responsibility for things and he's kind of nonchalant about it because he's just kind of a nonchalant kind of guy. And, next season we'll hopefully not have as many drops because you don't have as many drops. And when he does put the ball where it needs to be, they're not in that situation at the end of the game. But going forward, I think the wide receivers will now be more of accustomed to his pocket escapability, that they will be more on the same page with the wide receiver drills for quarterback scramble drills. He will be more willing to say, hey, instead of just example, last play of the game, throwing down here to DJ, let me just dump it off over there to Mananga. Let him, or let me run to the left and just keep moving the sticks and moving the sticks. He's a big game hunter. That's who he is. And it's like, if he hits the pass, we all happy. But it didn't. So it's like, oh. But he does look like he's earned the opportunity to become a franchise quarterback for the Bears, physically, mentally. He develops. He's, comfortable being uncomfortable. He wants to be coached hard. Ben Johnston wants to coach him hard. And they are communicating. They're seeing each other's visions as far as what plays should be and designs and what plays route should be. So as he now has a second year under his belt in this offense, more maturity in the league, more maturity out in the streets, his aura, as the kids say, will continue to grow and develop. And so it's like, yeah, Ryan Poles picked the right son of a bitch.
Yeah, man. Listen, let me tell you something, Trips. And I don't know if I spoke to that properly, but I'm just telling you, man, like normal human beings, and fuck that, man. I'm gonna tell you, I'm dope, shit, man. I'm a bad boy when it came to competition and athleticism and doing these things, but it's less to do with the physical nature of the game, and it's more to do with what Bishop was talking about. It has more to do with the mentality and what's in you, what's in your DNA, what's in your spirit, what can you do, because the mind comes before the body. If you got a physical DNA, you got an athletic DNA, that's going to come behind what you think and what you feel, and then the body reacts to that. He's unique in that way, and I can speak to that specifically because of me and the things I've been able to do, because the strength of the mind and having the fortitude to have belief in yourself. Because a lot of people will tell you they believe in themselves, but you think most of them believe that shit? They're just telling you, and they're trying to tell themselves that they believe in themselves, and they don't necessarily. And that's just the truth about human beings. But that's the credit I want to give him, man. He showed me a fortitude that's rare in human beings, being able to rise to the occasion. Hopefully that continues. But down to the rest of the team real quick. The guys on this team we could talk about forever, man. But you had guys like the Nation Wrights of the world. You got guys like, and Trips, don't think I'm trying to kick you in the small parts. But Kevin Byard, did you thought that was like a bad deal because he's a little older? We're gonna have conversations about a couple of older guys that we might be able to get in free agency. I'm gonna try to convince you we can have the Kevin Byard effect on this team for the next couple of years. But you're talking about the mixture that Bishop said about the mixture of the veterans and the young guys. These guys feeding off of each other's veterans learning and teaching the younger guys learning and leaning on the veterans to. I mean, it was the perfect storm. It was, man. And the guy particularly that you should give particular props to is Nashawn Wright. What resilience? What? You just picked
What
this
a
guy off.
story.
Right?
Come on, man.
What
Come
a
on, dog.
story.
You know, and it's so messed up because this kid, he worked his ass off. He played 95% of the damn defensive snaps. You know, he got 5 or 6 turnovers. And Bears fans is like, well, he should do that for another year as a prove it year. It's like, hell no. That boy need to go out there and
But
get his money
but
because
but
guess
but
what?
but, but
Teams are
Trips,
gonna look at him. What up?
but Trips, you just said it. The fans said we're talking about individuals who have not, bruh, they've
Mm-hmm.
never played at this level. What do you fucking know?
Mm-hmm.
Just look, the man. And this is what upsets me most about people is that we're at an age of information. Do your fucking homework. I just said the story. Find out who this young man is. Find out where he come from and what all he had to go through to get to where he's at. And maybe you'll understand the makeup of this individual and why this individual was able to strive in this particular environment versus other organizations that he was a part of. Again, leading back to the coaching, leading back to the culture, you know, and to no man when he said mentioned about Caleb and his fortitude and the things he did. Think about it. This was a guy that nobody thought could play under center. He's probably his play action and him playing under center. He looked better under center this year than he did in the damn shotgun.
Man, how
But
many
again,
times at the end of the season did he
and
learn? Hold on, Bishop, real quick. How many did we see at the end of the season versus the beginning of the season? Him drawing the defense offsides for a free play and him looking to
cadence,
capitalize on
yes,
that free play. Go ahead.
yeah, bro. I mean, how he changed up plays himself, man. It was in the shotgun and changed the plays and went under center. You know, it's just we as fans or individuals as fans and human beings have got to stop the judgment, man. We're so fucking quick to judge somebody without knowing the story. Learn
Hey,
the fucking story, man.
I want to I
You
want to see
know,
I want to say this to you all. And you guys can give me a judgment about what you think happened there. But you talking about Nashawn Wright, who, quite frankly, they signed him pretty quick, somewhere before I would say after mini camp, going into veterans training camp or something like that, some of that nature, right? They pick him up, and everybody probably brushed that to the side as just like misdemeanor stuff, right? What he was able to do, because I remember that camp and us doing shows, Trip and Bishop, and I remember speaking like, man, every time I turn around, Nation, the reporters are talking about Nation Wright. I'm not there to watch the shit, and so they're telling us like Nation Wright made a play, he made a few plays, and Nation Wright, Nation Wright, Nation Wright. Next thing you know, this shit carries into training camp. Now in the training camp, you know, you got to give Al Harris a lot of credit right here. And I don't know that it had to be a heavy lift from Al Harris to convince, Ben Johnson and Dennis Allen that this guy can start for us. He can carry us this year. But I think they saw what same thing Al Harris saw. And like, oh, he's out here balling. Like we can play with this guy, man. And so you're talking about guys being given an opportunity and making the most out of that opportunity. Man, Nation Wright, I got so much respect for that guy. I got nothing but respect. I ain't finna try to sit here and pick apart what he did wrong, what he could be better in. The fact that he knew that he was NFL starting level cornerback caliber and played like it when everybody else was, oh, he's a scrap heap player, he's a practice squad guy, because that's where he came from. Shut all they MFing mouths. And he's going to get paid. Might not be by the Bears, but he's going to get paid and he's going to deserve it, man. He's got every cornerback has their flaws. I don't give a shit who you are. I had my flaws. My attitude was probably my flaw, but this guy, man, you talking about one guy that I want to really, really give flowers to, man. Nashawn Wright was Nashawn White. When we talk, I wouldn't even say overperform, but stepped up into the moment. Man, you got to get that cat his crown, man. Put that crown on that boy head, man. Stop playing.
Yeah, definitely.
To the left, baby.
Or cock it to the right, whichever. But you look at how he has developed, how he contributed. Now, sure, he got lost in coverage. He has his warts, but then he has his pearls, and those pearls are gonna get him paid. But the business side of me, put on that hat, the armchair GM, if you will. That's not a horrible thing. Him go out getting paid, because the more he gets paid, the higher level of compensation comp pick that we could get back in return. Because what Bears fans haven't had the experience of really is enjoying those comp picks, because our teams have been so shitty that no players have really gone and upgraded their salaries like that. So now that we have actual talent, and some of that talent will be leaving for greener pastures and greener paychecks, so there will be compensation draft wise for the Bears if that happens. So, Nashawn Wright or, Kwani B or whoever, the more they can get paid on the open market, the better it is for them, their family, and us going forward with the draft status. So a little hidden gem in there, going, just for Easter egg kind of thing.
Yeah. I just wanted to point him out, and I wanted this conversation to be a very general one for this reason. Nashawn Wright deserved to be pulled out of that fray and given his crown like he deserves, man. But the entire team, man, you had a coaching change. You had some guys that came back, been here a year or two. You got some guys that's been here. A couple of guys have been here. Jalen and Cole Kmet's been here for a long time and seen a whole lot of shit. And key ended up being key guys, and the Bears knew that they had to be key guys in changing this thing around. And so what the Bears did was, more than anything, was change the mindset. Change the mind, Bishop. Change the mind, the body does what? Follow.
It follows. It follows, bro.
Free your mind, ass will follow.
That's what we just witnessed, man. And so you talking about scar tissue, you talking about scabs and wearing all that off and starting anew, man. It's like, shout out to Cole Kmet, Jalen Johnson, and for being here all this time and witnessing the stuff that they witnessed and disappointment. You got guys like just so many. Man, this team, I ain't seen that level of fight from a team that ain't supposed to be shit in a long time.
Wait, hold on. If we giving flowers, let me give some flowers. Somebody who I've been shit on. Well, hold on. Let me rephrase that. Who I've shit on many times, but he stepped up. He's kept working hard. In the name of Dominique Robinson.
I know. I was waiting on you.
Mm-hmm. So, granted, he's still like DN4. You know what I mean? if we can upgrade, cool. But he has worked hard and improved his body. He's gotten a lot stronger. He's gotten a lot better against the run. And he's, usually getting some kind of pressure on the quarterback. And he's played special teams. So he's a kid that's been hustling out there. He's an athlete who's learning the craft on the go. And he's showing up as a kid that is like, hey, okay, you can play in this league. I don't know if you'll be a starter, but you can play in this league.
Quick question for you, Trips, and this is a psychological thing. What do you think he proved more to the fan base and people like you, or he proved more to himself?
Well, I think in order for him to put himself into this position, he always knew that he had it inside of him. Just like we're talking about attitudes and mentalities. It's like, I'm gonna be fucking great. It's just, what position am I gonna be great in? Okay, in the name of Don Rob, he was a quarterback or a wide receiver, a tight end or some shit. Then he
All
was
of
like
those.
all of
All of
those, and then
those.
he is at the end.
All of
But
those,
but
bro.
something that you notice, no matter how many times he changed positions, he still got to the NFL. He was raw, but he got above and beyond so many of his, college contemporaries who were higher picks, let's say, because he wasn't even a damn pick. So he has worked his ass off.
No, he was a pick now.
He was a
Was he?
pick.
Was he seventh round?
Yeah.
No, he was
Seventh?
like 6th round, some shit like that.
He's
I thought he was a
if I'm not
UDFA, but
mistaken,
okay, he was
he's
a
a
late round pick.
fifth round, fifth or sixth round. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
Fifth or sixth? No.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5 or 6.
Yeah.
He's right. He's right.
Yes, he was, bro.
Oh
Yeah.
shit.
But you know,
But
But
it,
he's worked his ass off. He's come a long way, and I'm sure he's gonna earn another contract in this league. And if it's with the Bears, a 1 or 2 year depth kind of guy, special teams kind of guy. But he's gonna sign on someplace.
I'm gonna
hey,
say this about Dom Rob, man, really quick. Dom Rob did something, man, that we don't see often in the NFL. Dom Rob, one is an athletic freak, first and foremost. Again, yes, he played quarterback, high school, wide receiver, then tight end, and then converted to a defensive end slash tackle in college to be drafted into the NFL. And then went through coaching hell as a first through third year player here in Chicago underneath Flus and that regime. But during all that time, he did something that nobody's giving this young man credit for. He continued to work hard at his craft. He went out and sought the mentorship and worked with other defensive ends in this league to start adding to his tool belt to the point where he gained the utmost trust in his defensive coordinator and Dennis Allen to be put into certain situations at key moments in the game to be on that defensive line to give Martez Sweat a break on snaps, and he took those snaps and not only took the snaps but gave positive results
Yeah.
on those
Yeah.
snaps, whether it was pressure on the quarterback, whether it was stopping the run, or more importantly, getting sacks. He got him some sacks this year as part of his stats. So, yes, will he get paid? I believe he's going to remain with the Chicago Bears. They're going to sign him to another contract. Now, he's not going to get superstar money, but he's going to get the money due to him based off of the production and the level of work that he put into his craft to get and earn that contract. But more importantly, I say he's going to stay because he did earn the trust of Dennis Allen, and he fits what Dennis Allen wants to do with that defense and that defensive line.
let me tell you guys something, man. And I'm gonna move the ball a little bit after I say this. Let me tell you something about coaching. A coach to me is a dime a dozen for the most part, and then you get people that inspire you, people that find a way to motivate you in ways that you didn't really necessarily notice yourself, because you yourself all the time 24/7, and you know what you're intending to do. You Dom Rob, you 6'5", 260 something pounds, 265, however big he is now, and you're just like Bishop said, you're a freak of nature and you're fast. You know what I mean? And you're a freak. And every coach is gonna see a guy like that, built like that, and gonna be like, let me work with him. And not every coach's message is gonna hit you like Babe Ruth, you know. And sometimes, man, I said this in the off season, as Flus got rid, as he left, I said this to you guys, Trip. You probably will remember this. Sometimes when it comes to defenders, especially along the front, you can think too much and be trying to do too many things. You could be having coaches teaching you this move, that move, this and the third. You got 4 or 5 things they try to teach you when you only need 1, 2 things to do: a strong move and a counter. Ace that shit. Get that shit down pat, and then you're moving. But just whatever you do, do it fast. That's one of the things that Dennis Allen, I know he harped on. Listening to his mic'd up, once we got him, I just started listening to more and more of his stuff and how he coaches these different position groups. And that in particular, he's just like, don't worry about no moves. Just do it fast and err on being fast. Get the fuck off the ball, get there fast, and figure out everything else after there. Don't overrun it. Don't overrun the play, but just get off that ball fast and make an impact on that line. And that kind of message simplifies what you have to do and what this coach is looking for. He just simplified and made it easy for you now. Now all I got to do is just worry about my speed and my impact on this offensive line. I may not get to the ball, but get off this line and get this dude back. Just push the pocket back a little bit. That kind of thing. You might not end up with that sack, but what you do on that play is you affected the quarterback in a certain way because his eyes. You know what I mean? It's these things like that. That's why I say all the time to you guys, Trips and Bishop, pay no never mind to what the stat total ends up being in the game. Watch the film and see how that player had an impact on the game. So Dominique Robinson was one of those guys, pleasant surprise. Early first half of the season, Noah Sewell, same guy. I think he hit a wall somewhere during the season, probably about midway, somewhere late to probably last quarter of the season, he hit a wall and you can see it. It was just like Jaquan Brisker, another guy. Slow start. And I can attribute that to what I know to be the truth. And that is new information, new details, new checks at the line of scrimmage, new audible, and how you need to respond to those audibles. All of that information makes you play a little bit slower. You can tell as the season went on, Triple R and Bishop, he got better the later that season went. And it came to its climax in the end. Once we got into the playoffs, you saw a very fast Jaquan Brisker. You saw a very impactful Jaquan Brisker because you know what? He wasn't thinking anymore. He knew the calls, he knew the design of the concept, and he knew the checks. And that allows you to play faster. And so shout out to him for getting through the season without the injuries and the concussions. And that was one of the biggest things we were worried about. I don't know what's going to be his fate, but I know one thing. I was proud of that cat. I was really proud of that.
I'm gonna tell you this. I gotta jump in on that one, man. When it comes to Kwani, man, me personally, I think Kwani earned himself another run here, and I say that because he put no. Look again. He's a homegrown man. What are you gonna replace him with? Let's just keep it real. We can talk about. We can look at it dollars and cents. There's going to be some restructuring going on within some contracts in this team to free up more money, to have more money under the cap. But Kwani Brisker, man, played. He had to cover for a lot of guys because again, we had a defense that we did not have. Our entire defense never played together until the playoffs. He had to cover for guys that weren't there. And when you're used to having a guy like a Kyler Gordon by your side and that guy is not there and you're really having to play his position and yours, I give all the credit to Brisker, man, along with having to adjust his game some to make sure that he could play a full 17 game season without barring any injury, especially concussion. So that took some learning to do within himself and making some adjustments and changes to his game.
Man, with his head up, man.
Yeah, but still playing at the level with the level of intensity that he's accustomed to playing with. Because he said, I only know how to play one way. I feel that I want to see him back with the Bears. I really do. I really think that him being part of this defense he's part of the engine. He's part of that. He's part of that vibration or that frequency that me and Nomad like to talk about off air. he's part of that frequency in that locker room and on that field, man. And I just think that he's a part of that engine that keeps that engine going. And I think, you know,
Here you
well,
go.
look
Here
at
you go.
that
Before
comment.
you even go, Trish, before you even go, you're gonna be like, he ain't done shit. He ain't do
No,
shit.
yeah, I know what I'm gonna say.
Okay,
my,
but
my
you
thing is
gonna
this: who you gonna
he gonna be
replace
a
him
little
with?
dismissive, man. He gonna piss you off. I'm just gonna tell you right now.
Well, I'm gonna say it like this. He is a good player. I'm happy that he was able to make it through the season with no injury issues and stuff like that. He's good going downhill, sport the run. He can
Lee
do
Khalil
some
Mack where he's at.
coverage, but he doesn't fit what Dennis Allen wants to do coverage wise. I mean, that's kind of obvious. He's too slow for that defense. But he's hold
No,
on, hold
bro,
on, hold on. He's
he
too
did it in
slow.
the playoffs. He
Uh,
you're judging a guy that had to damn near play out of position, bro.
Well, yeah, I get that. He
You
didn't know the
asked him
scheme,
you
out of
asked him
position.
to come.
Yeah,
Dude,
yeah, I
you
get it.
asked him.
I get that. I know. I
You're
want
talking
faster.
about a guy, man, that
Put it
had
like
that
this.
oftentimes
He's not
had to play
fast.
the
He's
field
not.
versus the
Well, let
boundary,
me
man.
let me
Come
help
on
y'all
now.
But
fix.
he
Let me
is
help.
still
Hold
gonna.
hold up, Trish. Let me
Oh,
help
okay.
y'all fix the conversation.
Mm.
And y'all are making a contrasting point. Trips is saying that he's too slow, he's not fast enough in this defense, and he's looking for speed. That's true. Let me tell you something. And to Bishop's point, there's a lot of things to think about when you make a statement like that. You're talking about you talking about a guy that basically at a certain point, shoot, Dennis Allen was Houdini with how he had to manage these players out there with the
Smoke and
injury.
mirrors.
And that's part of what I want to say here that will probably bring y'all together a little closer. What I said in contrast to what both of y'all just said, I don't know if y'all heard me on the part of it's important to understand that, like, you started off the season with the entire defensive playbook and a bunch of calls that is unfamiliar to you, and your level of how fast you can get that down and how fast you can have that translate to the field. I can literally see why Jaquan Brisker was slower on a lot of plays that he had to play. It's because he was just new to the terminology. You new to the language. And you could say that, oh, Kevin Byard was too. You could say that Kyler Gordon was, or whoever, Nashawn, whoever. But everybody's learning
Yeah.
curve is different, man.
Jalen Johnson. Yeah.
And you can tell I can show you the last 3 games of the season and show you the difference in Jaquan Brisker then and every game before that. You can see literally that he just really started to get it. You can literally see that. And so that's the lack of speed that you're talking about. It's just not understanding fast enough.
Yeah, but even when, let's say, understanding where he's supposed to be, I think he's good, but I think that we need better. How about that? I mean, he's good enough that he's going to go out there. He's if he doesn't get paid by the Bears, he's gonna sign someplace. I mean, he's that good. But it comes
You better
to
hope he
a
don't
thing
stay in the
of,
division.
well, I mean, if he wants, I mean,
You better hope he
it
don't
comes
stay in
down
the
to his
division,
wants.
Trips.
Well, no, it depends on what he wants, contract wise, and what teams have to offer. So, I mean, who is that? The
What
Lions
I just
or
got to talking
Vikings
about, Trips,
or Green Bay? Do any of them need safeties?
what I just got to describing to you,
Everybody
Trips,
always needs secondary, bro.
what I just
Everybody
got to
needs
describing to
secondary.
y'all is processing speed. It
Mhm.
took Jaquan Brisker the entire season and into the playoffs that the processing speed caught up to him.
So he can play and not think.
Yep.
Yes.
And so think about that as you
Yeah, I get all that. I concede that. I understand that. I still want better.
that's
You
so
wasn't,
okay.
but you wasn't saying that. But
Actually, I was.
in the previous regime, you were saying that.
Well, he
They
wasn't
didn't know
due
how
a
to.
contract in the previous regime.
It don't matter.
Yeah,
It
it
don't
does.
matter.
Because going forward,
It doesn't
the
trip.
difference.
We're
There's
talking.
a difference. The
We're
difference
talking
between the
contract
previous
versus
regime
play, Trip. Let's talk
was
about
he
play.
was coming
Damn
off
the
injury.
contract. Let's talk about play.
Yeah, play. And his play is okay. I want better. I'm
All
not
right,
saying
boss.
he's bad.
What you
I'm
gonna
saying
replace him
that
with,
we can do
Trips?
better.
Okay? Where you gonna find it at, bro? Where you
Exactly.
gonna find it at? Where you
Well,
gonna
if
find it
I
at?
okay,
No, 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 no,
well,
no. Answer the question. Where you gonna
I'm
find it
trying
at,
to
bro?
shut the fuck up for a second. Thank
Where you
you.
gonna find it at?
You gonna find it in free agency or you gonna find it in the draft? You know why? Because if you're gonna pay him $15 million as a free agent, let's look at
Name me a
I
safety.
wouldn't have kids for this, but we should look at the free agent market. Who's available? Are there any players better than him available in the free agent market? And if so, why wouldn't you at least think about
They're
getting that?
not gonna be.
I mean,
Well,
do you think that he is upgradable? Are there
let me
players that are better?
let me say this. If there's a safety better than Jaquan Brisker as a free agent, why would the team that he's a free agent with won't resign him?
Maybe they can't afford him.
Okay, well then if they can't afford him, what makes you think we're gonna afford him and we got other holes to fill?
Well, if the safety that they want that they can't pay wants 14 million and Jaquan wants 14 million, and Poe says, well, we like that safety better. We're gonna give that safety 14 million. Homegrown, I get, but guess what? We'll take that comp pick and keep it moving. There are some who's that white what's his name? White Ghost? That's not White Ghost, but 53, White 53 is saying the draft. I mean,
It's
a
easy.
third round rookie in the
It's
draft,
easy
he
to say the
won't
draft.
have
Let me
right.
tell you
But
something.
it's easy to say it's like, all right, we should pay this kid what does he want? 3-4 year deal now?
Man,
It's like
hold
So
on,
you gonna
Trip.
so you so you
Hold
gonna
on,
take
Trip.
so you gonna
Hold
take
on,
a
hold on.
second round or a first round pick to
Hold
go
on,
get a
fellas.
safety?
Hold on, fellas. Let me help this out, man, because really what it is virtue. It's like both of y'all see the game and you see it the way you see it. And I'm trying to bring a bridge here, man, because Triple R, you like you are, man. I love you for being you. But sometimes you're a little flippant when it comes to this, man, because you just think it's always an easier way to do something, and it ain't. Sometimes, you know,
yeah, but doing the same
knowledge
shit
of the
makes it
system,
better. It ain't easy.
knowledge of the system should be spoken to. Number one, you
Yeah.
think you're gonna find a better safety, a strong safety in free agency? We got an entire offseason to talk about that. And
Mhm.
I'll make some points that you may or may not like, but there's
Mhm.
that. And then you got the draft. You still talking about bringing a guy in that has to do the same thing that Jaquan Brisker just did. Learn
Mhm.
all the new terminology and figure out how to play fast. It ain't no plug and play situation. He's got to learn. And so if you want to replace Jaquan Brisker, I'm saying you draft the safety, but I think in order to really replace him, you're going to have to find a veteran safety in order to fill that gap, because there's no telling when that rookie safety is going to get to where he needs to get to.
Well,
And so
part
as
of
quick as you
I
are,
think
hold on,
well,
as
hold on,
quick
but
as you
for
are
the
to rush
draft and
Jaquan Brisker,
yeah.
maybe think about that part of it too.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I will. But just for future reference, for everybody tuning in now, when we get to the free agency, when we get to the draft, make sure you are tuned into the Nomad Network, Kids of Canuck and Sports Chicago style, aka Triple RSES. I don't know why I don't make the rules. I'm just letting you know. But with Nomad's expertise and knowledge of the game, you will and we will have various activities to break it down. And first it's free agency. It's like, all right, who's available, who's a scheme fit for Dennis Allen and or Ben Johnson, offense, defense, how much they cost, all of that stuff. We'll play games. We'll mock up free agency scenarios on, well, sign this guy, let this guy go, all that fun stuff. But also remember when we get to the draft, and we will do that live draft call, so tune in then. It's coming up in April. I know this is the end of February, but that shit is going to be here fast. But make sure you are tuning in, because during those draft breakdowns, as you see now, the roles for the players are differently defined. You get, instead of like strong safety, it'll say like nickel safety or corner nickel or edge or end. Nomad will break all that down for you, so we know which players fit the schemes. And then Nomad, when he gets into his draft bag, which he does, he's still thinking about the season now and winding down from it. But once he starts looking at these players, he's gonna be like, "Oh shit, there's a dog over there. Oh shit, there's another dog over there." So he'll compile his scheme fits and then break those scheme fits down to who's the dogs out of those fits. And then we'll pick and choose of who the replacements can be. And that's after free agency. So we got a lot of off-season content to get to. So make sure you are hanging in there with us and we can have these lively debates. And guess what? It don't mean shit because we ain't doing none of it. That's all on polls. But we can enjoy the banter. We can enjoy each other's company. And we can have a good time talking about these Bears who's turning all the way up as we go forward. Go ahead, No Man.
Before Nomad go, let me throw out here really quick since we was talking about safeties, and there are 7 coveted safeties in free agency, and we have 2 of them. One is Kevin Byard, the other one is Jaquan Brisker. But here's the other 5 coveted safeties that could potentially be available in free agency. The first one is Kyle Duggar over with the Patriots. The other one is Jalen Thompson with the Cardinals, Andre Cisco with the Jets, Jimmy Ward with the Texans, and then Jalen Hawkins with the Patriots. Those are the 7 most coveted free agents in terms of safeties. Now, each one of those teams could very well sign their own
retainer.
To be honest with you, the guy that sticks out on there that fits what we do perfectly is Kyle Duggar if they want to go there. Kyle Duggar. And these are the options they've gone through. I'll be honest with you. I don't know that and Kids is Bears Capo. Kids is somewhere in Canada getting drunk as shit.
Turn up. Hey.
I think it's their new year right now, and he's just out there partying, having a good time. But I think that's it's not like I didn't have my criticisms of what Jaquan was doing, but I understand better being a defensive back, I guess, than most people, because I understand the retention that's involved, man.
That's the only reason I'm speaking like I am too, man. It's not like I'm just a big Jaquan Brisker fan, but I understand what comes along with playing that position and what adjustments you have to make in order to play that position, especially when you don't have certain guys that you are accustomed to playing with, that you can count on them being where they're supposed to be. But like you said, the main thing is the verbiage, and that's a lot. Man, that was a lot for that young man to be able to fight through, on top of coming off the type of injury he had with the type of concussion that he literally had to not just build up his mind, but he had to rebuild his body too. So he overcame a lot, to one, and let's keep it a buck. He got hurt a couple times this season and played through it. Wasn't no head injury, but he refused to stand on that sideline, man. He knew that this was a contract, and he also knew that the team needed him. Because we was already deficient defensively.
I'm gonna give you a quick example of how quick it can get twisted in the mind of anybody that's playing out there on the field, because it's enough verbiage going on. First of all, the linebackers are communicating with the defensive line based on the formation they see. They see him come set up, and they know it's going to be somebody's going to go in motion, and that call is going to change. You might have to shift left, you might have to shift right, and then that's going to happen. Then he's going to turn back, or the safety might come in the back of him. So that's Kevin Byard probably. Hey, what we got? And he tells the lead safety, what it is, and then that lead safety turns and tells Jaquan Brisker low. It's just that simple, low. So basically, that tells the safety that this is a low concept, so get ready to come down on the ball. And so based on the formation, this is low. If he'd have told him something, if it was high, that means keep your distance back there. Keep your distance, play the deep ball. So you just simplify it and say it's slow. Now what that play entails ain't no description of it. Now you just worrying about what's coming in front of you. You know you got to play downhill. These are the things that happen on the field in the split second while the quarterback is going through his cadence. These are the things being talked about on the defense. The lead safety says, hey, play low or play high. Okay, I got to trust him. Number one, let's talk about that part. Trusting the guy next to you. That's going to help you play a little faster. But if you don't trust him, you're going to be a little slower.
Well, is he a scheme fit for Dennis Allen, you think?
What do you mean by scheme fit?
Well, I mean, he can play it, obviously, because we've seen it. But because he being Dennis Allen wasn't here when Jaquan was drafted, so this is an inherited player. If Dennis Allen had his choice, coming out of the draft, would he be like, Jaquan Brisker fits what I want to do? Or is he just making it work and Jaquan is learning and adapting to it?
I'm pretty sure that's why Poles drafted him as early as he did, because he knew he was high on a lot of people's boards. That's why you draft a guy high, and everybody was like, why the fuck would you draft Jaquan Brisker here? Jaquan Brisker has a lot of qualities.
Well, but this was under Flus, though, at the time. Like Robert, I can't see it, but no, it's the one above there. Honey Badger, like the Honey Badger prototype. Is Jaquan Brisker that Honey Badger prototype, because that's the scheme fit prototype for Dennis Allen? Is he that kind of fit?
Here's what you're looking for, Trips. If you wanted me to give you a default or a fault of Jaquan Brisker that makes him not so suitable for Dennis Allen, it would be his long speed and coverage. Line of scrimmage, he's perfect. Playing downhill, he's perfect. He's exactly what Dennis Allen would want. Can you cover this tight end down the field? Can you cover this slot receiver if you have to end up on him, if shit gets fucked up and you end up as a safety having to cover a slot receiver, which is not really something you don't want. You don't want a safety on a slot receiver ever. You don't want a linebacker on a slot receiver ever. You want a corner on that guy. Now, is he that guy? I would say, based on everything that I've seen, no, he has his flaws. So if that's what you're looking for, then that's right.
Because now I would say Jaquan would fit your basic, what we used to call strong safety, a box safety, where Byard's the free safety. Bojack was the free safety. He wasn't a box guy. He was back there kind of guy. It seems as though that Dennis Allen wants those hybrids that can be either or and both.
I'm pretty sure I was trying to tell y'all that before when he got here. You got to be dynamic to play in his defense, because you're going to find yourself in a lot of one-on-one situations. Again, Trips,
that's my concern. It's not that he's a bad player or a bad kid or he is anything bad about him. It's just that in those situations where the defense is blitzing and now Brisker has to cover somebody, and that long speed will make a difference, and he's going to be left out there. I love his hustle. I love everything about him, but he's just upgradable in my opinion.
You might be right. Let's find out, man, because there's a lot of homer in me when it comes to these football players. There's a lot of there's some personal when it comes to this. I'm watching these guys grow up, and the truth is when I look at a Dennis Allen defense when he was in New Orleans versus what I see here, it's not that much of a difference other than certain positions and certain flexibilities. Like you got Tyrann Mathieu is a unique football player when it came to that. You got certain guys like that around the league, like 33 for Green Bay is the kind of guy that can go out and play high safety and play the deep part.
Or even the guy that you mentioned, Duggar, like
Kyle Duggar. Kyle Duggar is a better. Does it say his track record is he ain't really got a lot of flaws. He can come down, play the box, he can get out high and play. I'd say him playing out high is, if you had to give him a weakness, that was probably his weakness. If you don't want to have him chasing nobody for 50, 60 yards, but he can do it. But he doesn't have a whole lot of flaws. He doesn't. But I'd be surprised if I think, where's Kyle Duggar? He ain't with the Patriots no more. He's with anyway. Long
Yeah,
story
bro.
short, we
No,
got to get out of this
What are the
conversation.
Patriots?
He's with the Patriots. He's still with the Patriots.
No, I
He's a
think he
free
left.
agent. He's a
No,
free
they're
agent.
still playing, so he will be a free agent.
I don't think he's with the Patriots. I think they let him go.
They got him, brother. I'm telling you, I just looked it up. They got him listed with the Patriots, bro.
Huh?
Yeah, man. All right, let's
But
round this
whatever,
up,
there's plenty of time for that. Yeah.
because we got plenty of shit to talk about, and we need to get to it, man. Last thoughts about, and let's be judicious about this, man, because we got a lot of other content, man. The Bears is always going to bring out the passions in y'all. It brings out the passions in me. But last thoughts about what to do moving forward. Let's just be quick as we can about it. Triple R.
All right. I would definitely retain DeMarco Jackson. A shout out to Dollar Bill, Big Billings on his hustle all season. Need to see Big Dex do some practicing and drills over the summer of how to get off the line on the snap. You know, player wise, hope the decisions aren't going to be easy, because as fans, we have to remember that it's not all about what we want or what our organization wants. It's the players have agency in this as well. As Kevin Byard stated, I would love to be back with the Bears, and because I like what they're doing here, but I also got to think about my family. And I'm, thinking, meaning like, hey, if another team offered me, more cheddar, he's gonna take that cheddar. And it's like, all right, don't be mad at him, all right, cool, all right, do your thing. So I mean, there are those decisions that are not all on Ryan Poles. The players are gonna say yes or no as well. So we look forward to this off season. Make sure you all are hanging with us, because we broke down this 2025 team from last preseason, last summer. We were there with you when everybody was drafted and or traded for and or signed. Not in that order, obviously, but we're going to be with you for this off season as well. So, and once again, a closing shout out to the 2025 Bears team. It ain't nothing personal. I don't hate none of y'all. But hey, it's like, hey, how do we make this shit better? And it just happens. It's about you and it's personal to you, ain't personal to us. So big ups to y'all. Keep it moving. Bishop.
Look, I'm gonna keep it short and sweet. Got a lot of major decisions to be made here in the next few weeks. Um, before combine, after combine, before the draft. Um, some decisions we're not gonna like, other decisions we're gonna think should have been made. Um, but more importantly, um, I'm just glad to see that we are headed in the right direction. I'm I'm happy to see this foundation, but more importantly, I think what needs to really be done is to continue to meet these guys where they're at and build them up. I think that was the major success for this team this year, and I see that going moving forward. Regarding to players, I get it. Everybody's got to make a decision based off of their needs and wants, and more importantly, their families. So I get all of that. I really do. Um, I feel certain guys might have played themselves into a contract, and there's some guys that definitely played themselves out of one. That's for doggone sure. You know, with the additions of certain guys that came, whether mid-season or whenever. Um,
Mhm.
I really appreciate what they gave the team when they came about, and they may be retained, they may not. But if not, they at least had a great stage to showcase their talent as to why they should remain in the NFL and pick up a contract someplace else. You know, one quick thing I want to say with regard to our players as well. Please, each and every one of you, continue to work on your craft, get better, get stronger, get more flexible so we don't have all the soft tissue injuries that we had to deal with this current season. Um, but I think with that being said, defensively, um, we need to get a little younger in certain in key areas. We're gonna have to trim some fat, um, contract wise, to do some restructuring, but we're not
Resign
too far
Darnell
away.
Wright.
Oh, absolutely. Um,
That should be number one on the offseason to-do list.
All right,
I'm pretty
what
sure
for
it
the foot,
is.
man?
But I think, man, um, Poles, Ian Cunningham, if he remains with the team, if he doesn't pick up a GM job, I really believe that they're going to make the right decisions. They have thus far. We, they haven't proven us wrong. So we're headed in the right direction. I just really hope that everybody can get their bodies healthy. For those guys that just had surgeries, um, a speedy recovery, but a full recovery for each one of you guys as well. And don't come back until you're ready. That way you know that you can perform at the highest level. But hey
Amen.
man, this team is ready. And I'm just glad to have witnessed what took place this season. So thank you again. Uh, you know, Amazing. And to our chat out there, no, you know what? We haven't even. Hey, no maniacs. What's going on? Thank you guys as well for hanging in there with us. We've been going strong now, coming up on 3 hours, man. And we really want to thank you guys again. The passion that we have is one, we're former players. More importantly, we're fans, but we do this for you guys. You guys help motivate us and push us to make sure that we're giving the best content and giving you guys the best information. And we're not just giving you information for clicks. We're giving you information based on facts, based on study. And, thank you guys. So you guys have been a big part of this season. You guys are going to be a big part of the off season. You guys are going to be a big part of the next season. And again, because of you. With that, I'm going to get out the way, let No Man do his thing. And catch the Bishop right now. I'm really getting at some folks on X. So if you happen to see any of my comments, hit the likes on my like my comments, because I'm trying to give it to a few folks, and they in the national media too, and they refuse to respond. I know they see my stuff, but it's all good.
Hey, you know what? I'm gonna leave Twitter to the side, or X, or whatever they call it, to the side, and I'm gonna just all the people that's hardy enough to still be on that app. Good for y'all, man. I appreciate y'all. But again, like Bishop said, and like Tripp said, man, thank y'all for rocking with us this entire season. The all season is gonna get in full swing come Sunday. Sunday at 8 p.m. Central. Stay tuned for that show.
Ooh,
That's
hey.
that's not gonna be a variety show. That's gonna be all about the Bears and what we're gonna do in the off season. The reason we ain't doing that tonight is because kids wants to talk about the financial part of what we need to do, and it's not right for us to bring that stuff up and he's not here. That's just what
No,
he wants his
no.
lane to be. And so we're gonna respect him in that way and do that Sunday at 8 p.m. Central. We're gonna get started on that. We're gonna start like we should in the free agency at the free agency aspect of the Bears rebuild, because every season to me is a rebuild. I mean, you're gonna be replacing a whole bunch of people. You know what I mean?
Is
But
it
you
a
got to start.
rebuild or a retool? Is it a
Retool.
rebuild
Let's
or a
start with the
retool at this
retool if that
point?
feels
At,
good. Right?
at this point, no man, because I think we can honestly say that we're at a retool level now.
Yeah, okay. But every season is that. Then it's a
Oh
retool.
yeah, oh
Every
absolutely.
season is that. You ain't gonna be able to keep all the guys you want to keep, and we're gonna start there, and we're gonna argue and fuss about who we think we should keep, and it
Oh,
started lightly here on this show, but we don't
Cause
need
y'all
to.
be tripping.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a combination of jardinera, jalapeno, banana peppers, serrano peppers. It's gonna be spicy.
But Chase with a little scotch and water back.
Nah, kids
Yes,
ain't
sir.
bitch out on the Bob Lazar story. His ass just somewhere doing
He's
some.
doing family stuff or business stuff, but he's doing stuff.
He's
He
Kids are doing
actual
kids.
we sitting around bullshitting, with our little sewing circle, drinking, sipping some tea, gossiping about some little sporting activity. He
keep,
out there in the real world doing shit.
keep calling his name like Candyman. That his big face ass will show up. Watch. But all right, look. My last thoughts about this is again, I'm just very grateful from where I was at the beginning of this off season and expecting this and end up getting what we got. Man, dude, it's like the Bears team pulled us all out of, and I don't live in that dungeon that the Bears fans live in for the most part, that just constantly be thinking negative. I'm always positive. That's just me, you know. But having seen everybody else be pulled out of that negative space and into a more positive space was the most gratifying thing for me outside of the actual players that went out there and did that work. That's the second most positive thing to me, is to see the fan base being pulled out of that negative space and more positive, and then people are looking forward. But people, I'll tell you right now, this fan base is they're gonna find shit to argue with each other about. Trust me when I tell you, because that's just how they built. They want to argue about something. They're gonna find fucking something to be arguing
Man,
about.
they built this
I
stadium
tell
in
you,
Indiana Mount.
let me tell you, they're gonna find something to be fussing about.
It's
But
all
that's not my.
love, though.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We all together. As long as we remember that and not be trying to take pot shots at people because you have a different way of thinking than the next person, we be fine, man. But we frown upon that kind of
Don't talk
way
about
of
nobody's
thinking.
mama.
Yeah, you say that about me, boy, I'm gonna show you something. But anyway, man, that's that, man. But we need to get to I think this is definitely Tripp's part of the show. And whenever I make it, I always make it about him. So we're gonna get to this real quick. I know you gotta bounce, Bishop. You ain't even have to say nothing. But let me get down to here. Hold on, because my mouse is dead on me. Hold on. Y'all ready?
Yeah.
Hey, so before you get started, Triple I, let me just say this. This segment of the show this week is going to be all about food preservation and what you can do given circumstances on being able to maintain your food, man. This is your meat, man. How can you make the most out of situational meat, what they call protein? That's what this is about this week. But go ahead, Triple R.
All right, what we're looking at here is a meat dehydrator for as low as $59.99. Now, yes, you can put your meats, your fishes in there, but you can also, I would assume, dehydrate anything because you have controls up there temperature wise. So, your dehydrate a garden, not a garden, but a tree's worth of fruits or whatever, and make some nice snacks for the winter or for your camping or for your sustainability. So you take your fresh stuff and instead of letting it go to waste, if you can't eat it all, you dehydrate it. You dehydrate meats, vegetables, fishies for storage for long term packing. You can turn them into jerky. Nice uh, chuck roast or pot roast or whatever kind of roast. You slice it up, you let it marinate a little something, something. You throw it in that dehydrator. Now you got your own jerky. Whatever flavors you want, whatever meats you want. It's something that, yeah, it's a useful tool to make foods last longer change their state for different purposes and taste. Or as Patrick saying is like, yeah, if you want to dry out some ganja, you put it in there and then you dry it out and then you make your can of butters and
that's
your
why it goes down a
edibles.
slippery slope. Let me jump in here real quick. You ain't going
Whatever you
down
need to dry, you can
going
dry.
down that fucking slippery slope, man. Let me get in here. Listen, here's the optimal thing to remember when it comes to a meat dehydrator. You can find them as low as $59.99. You might even be able to find them cheaper than that. But that's when you're gonna f around and stumble into a Temu territory, and you're gonna get a whole pile of garbage. That's what you're gonna get. And so that's why I said you don't go no lower than about $60. You're gonna end up with some BS. But here's the optimal thing to remember about a meat dehydrator. Count the number of racks and space that you have on each particular time that you have to plug that up. Because remember, if you end up needing a meat dehydrator in a survival situation, now it's about how much you're pulling on the energy that you have in whatever solar or generator situation that you have going on. And so you want to absolutely maximize how much meat that you can put in there or how much food that you can put in there at one given time and get as much done as you can. So what you see here is about 6 or 7 trays. Count the number of trays, and that probably is going to tell you how much value that particular item is going to give you.
Mm-hmm. And it's a good way to jerk your meat, not that kind of jerky meat. That's different. Bishop, settle down. But you put your flavors in there, you get your meat, you get your shit. You go fishing, and you got a good haul of a mess of a crappie, trout, bass, bluegills, or whatever the fuck. You clean those things, you put those things in there, you dehydrate that fish. You got some good eating throughout the winter. It's a very practical, useful tool if you eat. So don't get turned off by the meat title in it if you're a vegan or a vegetarian, because your vegetables, your fruits can also be dehydrated as well.
Yeah, man. This is one thing that this is another thing that I don't have in my arsenal that I want to add. But go ahead, Bishop. You got some? You had something,
I'm
Bishop?
just saying, man, I stuck around to see this, man, because no, I look, like I said, I just wanted to stick around and see this. And it's very interesting, man. I'm gonna have to do some more research on that, man. But you guys gave me something to really think about, man, as always. But I gotta look more into this, man, and see how that would fit into my arsenal, man. But hey, before I get out of here, I wanted to say thanks to you guys, man. I believe I should be available Sunday if possible. Jump in with you guys, man. But more importantly, man, as always, it's a pleasure chopping up with you guys. I didn't want to leave this time without saying goodnight to the No Maniacs and thank you guys again. Until next time, y'all, the Bishop is out.
Right on.
You know we love and appreciate you, bro. Until we see you again Sunday, man.
All right, y'all. Peace and love.
That dude, man.
Always, baby.
All right. Appreciate you, bro. All right. So meat dehydrator. Let me tell you something, man. I am going to get one, and I'm going to get let's just say I'm not going to be cheap about it because I want something that's going to last, and I want something that's going to be substantial. Because imagine if you had to procure a deer, triple R, and you only got a certain amount of time before those deer parts are going to, or even a hog, a big hog or something like that, wild hog, a boar or something like that. You get something with a lot of flesh on it, and you can only eat so much in one sitting before that thing starts to go the other direction. Now you want something. That's why I say that if you're going to purchase one of these, make sure you get something that really, really counts. They've got even bigger ones than this one.
For storage, freezers are good, but they're not as practical. You can dehydrate whatever you're dehydrating and eat it, dehydrate it, or you can, add water or broth or whatever to the dehydrated vegetables, and now you rehydrate them into soups and stews. So it makes it portable for if you are, let's just say, a non prepper doomsday scenario and just get one for your house. And now you just dehydrate stuff and you have snacks throughout the week. You know, those little banana chips, you know how they make those little banana chips? They dehydrate them. And I love those fucking things because they're so sweet and they're just little pieces of bananas and they're delicious. But you can make those with this thing, you know, peel an orange, you get the orange pieces, dehydrate them. Now you get those, you got little pieces of just orange pieces that are delicious. So I mean, you can do any kind of things around them just for regular everyday enjoyment, but for your long term things, like yeah, dehydrate anything that you have excess of, fruits, vegetables, fishes, meats, and store it for eternity. You know, you have get a cooler that you just have in the bottom of a closet or in your garage, dehydrate a bunch of stuff and, you know, throw it in that cooler, you know, put stuff on top of the cooler because you're not going in it, you know, but in an emergency situation, you know, it's like, oh shit, let's go to that cooler because we got food, you know, we got sustenance, we got things that will keep us alive. We got enough food that if we have to bug out from this location, we have dehydrated enough stuff that we can pack and take with us, you know, to travel to a safer location. So it's a very good, useful tool to have, you know, in your kitchen if you have the resources and means to get it and see the vision on how it could be useful and purposeful and beneficial for your safety going forward.
Minister Rick, I'm finally getting it right, Minister Rick. I got it this week. He says is $179.99 a good price point? You know what, Minister Rick? I think that's a good question because you know what, man, this is going to lead me into a different conversation, but I'm going to be really quick about it. I'm starting to see a whole lot of people, you know, with their home life situations living from, you know, hand to foot, hand to mouth, and using credit cards to take care of their daily, weekly, monthly expenses, using credit cards to do groceries and things like that. And so I know 179, 180 bucks for a lot of people is daunting. But I'm talking about we're probably looking at a society that's a whole other conversation. Trips, don't even go down that road because I know you're tempted.
Well, no, but there are a few comments that we can address. Put them up on the screen there because I can't read them from there. Not if you get one, not the price point. Stop it, Red Baron, you cheap so and so. But somebody says if you dehydrate it, you put it in a sealed like bag or something.
That's the next thing we're gonna get to. So just rock with me right now.
Okay, yeah, but there was a question in there. Go ahead.
Yeah, I get it. I seen it. So I would say to the person, Minister Rick, I think it's worth it given the circumstances. If you live in the United States of America, it's worth it to consider these things right now. We're not doing this just for entertainment, man. These are things that you probably need to give strong consideration to because things ain't so sure around me. I don't know what it is around you, but I'm telling you, give strong consideration. If you can find something that has 6 or 7 racks on it that's about the size of this, then it's probably worth a purchase, man. Anything less than that, you're probably into a bad territory, man. So yes, I do think this is important because if you have to, you know, let's just say your neighbor up the road, let's just say the lights went out all of a sudden and nobody has lights and nobody's really going to work. And, you know, and this has been going on for a couple of weeks and now you run out of groceries, but you have a neighbor up the road, a mile or two, that has a little farm down there. And he just told you that, hey, I can give you a side of pig. I can give you a quarter of a pig, whatever it is. Now you got to figure out how you can make use of that pig and feed people. This is where this comes in at.
Mm-hmm.
Or
yeah, it's good for not only conservation, but it has a lot of practical uses for just regular life. You know, not only now when, you know, countries are on the precipice, the razor's edge of falling the fuck off the side of a cliff, you know, to where, you know, now it's like, oh yeah, we need to butcher some animals quickly, and we won't have the means to freeze them. And like you say, we can't eat it all, so you dehydrate this stuff, and you keep it moving. But also, before we move on from the dehydrator, it's always good to know the amount of wattage, amount of energy it needs to push it, and for how long. So if you are calculating your electricity usage, you're metering it because you're attaching it to solar panels or some renewable source. You want to know exactly what it takes to make this thing work, to feed it. I know we're used to just plugging the shit into the wall and it works, but it eats a certain amount of electricity to make it work. And for these situations, you got to know what that is. So when you come across, let's say, something to harvest and field dress and cook, or not cook, but dehydrate, it's like, all right, well, how much battery bank power do we need? Make sure you got that. So it's a whole thing if you want to add this to a doomsday scenario, because it's not going to run just by cranking it.
That's right. I'm glad you mentioned that, because if you're dealing with solar power or anything, even a generator, whatever you're dealing with, it's gonna definitely require you to pull some of that energy, and it probably would be worth it in that situation if you didn't turn on fans and everybody doesn't have a phone plugged up. It's gonna help this thing process that meat faster.
Yeah,
You know,
like Patrick is saying, 1,800 watts. That'll drain batteries quick.
yeah, yeah. So yeah, I hear y'all, man. I hear y'all, but all that's leading to this to be something else. Give me a second.
All right, the vacuum sealer. All right, wait, 99.99, or the basics of 29.99. That's a hell of a price difference right there. It's like,
Well,
okay,
I had to put that up there because I bought mine at the regular price some time ago, and Amazon Basics is something I really believe in. I don't know about y'all.
well,
I'm
the
talking about you
generics.
guys in the chat, and I'm talking about you trips, but I never really went wrong with an Amazon Basics brand.
Shit, what you
I've
mean?
never.
What you think I've been munching on?
I'm just saying, I'm talking about, you can't go wrong really on the food and tissue and all that kind of stuff. But when you get like an Amazon's basic this or that, that's a
Mhm.
machine, or their overall pick for this,
Yeah,
Amazon choice for that, I'm telling you all that I've never been let down as far as I go. I'd like to know if anybody else has gotten anything Amazon selected or their brand and been let down. I haven't, man. So I really believe in what they pick for you. I mean, for a product. So if they got one that's $29.99, I'm gonna tell you that it's probably good.
yeah, human rights violations, employee things, union busting, all that aside, $30, you can't go wrong. Because what it is, a vacuum sealer, it's a storage device for your foods. And it's not only for dehydrated materials that we just discussed, but you can put the vacuum food in there and freeze it for long-term storage. But what it is, basically, it's a plastic bag, and then the sealer sucks all the vacuum, not the vacuum, it vacuums out all the air, or sucks out all the air, if you will, and seals it up. So it's like a Ziploc bag, but on steroids, because it actually, removes all the air, which in the air is what makes the things rot and spoil and go bad and such. So this is a storage device material thing, and this is easier to carry along with you. Once you see it, not the sealer, but the sealer is easier to transport if you need to. But the Ziploc bags of the whatever it is you've ziplocked are easier to transport in your backpack or whatever you're carrying. Because now I'll address the comment that was earlier, is that mason jars, someone said that they got a vacuum sealer for those. But if you don't have a sealer for those, another way to seal mason jars is to put them in a pot of boiling water, and the top will suck down as the air escapes, and so that seals it. And so that's how, back in the day when they would do canning and jarring, that's how they sealed them up. You just put them in the boiling water there and let that, and it sucks it out, the air out, basically like a vacuum sealer. But now this particular model, someone just had a comment that this isn't a good sealer. You need to seal that the item sits inside it and the top lowers on it and it seals the item. So it kind of, it's like you sit it on the plate and you put the plastic wrap over the plate and wrap it up. It's kind of like that, as opposed to it sucking the edge out. So there are different models, different designs, and different price points. But I'm more concerned with the end result and what you're doing with it and what you can do with it. The actual hardware, that's up to you, your resources, and your budget. Canning. There you go. You there, Nomad? You muted, or did you leave us?
I was muted, man. I was talking my ass off. Thank you for that. But somebody with a little product knowledge of a brand that's similar to this right here, and I'm probably on the low end of the spectrum when it comes to these vacuum sealers, because I got mine about 4 or 5 years ago, somewhere around COVID. And so this is when I started to, realize that, all right, you need to get some stuff and you need to preserve it. And so here's my story. I've got meat down there right now that I bought during COVID. Imagine that. We're looking at about 6 years ago. I'm still pulling meat out of that freezer from COVID. And it's still fresh as all get out, like when I bought it. This is the value of a piece of equipment like this. This is not only something great for your, your survival kind of repertoire that you have set up for you, but this is something we use these things every bi-weekly, bro. And whenever we go grocery shopping and we get bulk groceries, or once a month at least, we're gonna go bulk grocery shopping and we're gonna put some stuff in the freezer and save it. That is that's priceless, bro. When you can put something in the freezer that's been down there that long, and if you seal those things right, it will not collect the freezer burn and the ice that can accumulate on meats and different things that you put in the freezer.
All the botulism and E. coli. Yeah.
Man, dude, these things are, when you start talking about a dehydrator, a meat dehydrator, and a vacuum sealer at the same time, what you just did is serious preservation of food. Serious preservation. You talking about you want to seal up some jerky. I'm not going to tell you that you can dehydrate some jerky and keep it for 6 years like this COVID meat that I have in my freezers. I'm saying that you can keep that jerky for a whole lot longer than you probably would have if you didn't have it. A whole lot longer. All you have to do is keep it at a regulated temperature.
And now we're talking long-term storage here with those examples. But even when you go, just say grocery shopping, and you're not long-term stuff, but just for the week, you can seal stuff up that you're getting in the grocery store and put it in the refrigerator, because that will keep it longer than just it being in the refrigerator if you didn't want to freeze it before cooking it. So these sealers aren't the bags. I mean, they're not expensive, but they're not free, obviously. And it's not a very difficult process to do. You just do the thing, you press the button and it does the thing. So it's very easy to do, when you go harvesting meats, vegetables, fruits, whatever, just to let them store longer in your kitchen and on the shelves without, dehydrating them or freezing them.
Can I speak to a couple of comments real quick, Trips? And this is from Patrick Higgins. He says, "No, man, I know you had to be skeptical. 6 years question? Yeah, I was. But guess what? Let me tell you something. I was so I had to be the test dummy to me, because my girlfriend was definitely skeptical of everything you thinking right now. And he also said, no freezer burn, 6 years without food saver vacuum. That's why it had no freezer burn, because of the vacuum. You put that thing down there, and if you sealed it right, you ain't gonna have that problem, man. I pulled up stuff because we turn that freezer over every year. We turn it over every year. So whatever's in the bottom comes to the top. We know we need to eat that sooner rather than later. And so what I'm gonna tell you is what I did. The most recent thing that I pulled out of there was let me make sure I'm right. What I think it was some I think it was a pork roast. Let me make sure. Yeah, it was a pork roast. We pulled no, I take that back. It was a ham bone from about 3 4 years ago. 3 or 4 years ago on freaking Thanksgiving. We had a ham and cut it up. We might have got that ham bone from my grandmother or my mother or somewhere. Took the bone, vacuum sealed the thing, put it down there, and we was down there forever. And over the New Year's, we just did this in the New Year, so not even that long ago. Pulled that out, and my girlfriend was like, "Eh." I was just like, "Well, let me go and give it a shot. And put that thing in some water." My mother told me, "Here's what you do." She said, you soak it in some cold water for about 30 minutes. Take it out, pour that water out, and then run cold water over it. Put it in there, put it in your pot, throw a bay leaf in it, throw a bay leaf in that thing, and let it cook for about an hour before you start adding all your ingredients. And I'm not kidding you, bro. It might have been older than 4 years. It might have been 5 or 6 years. And I'm not kidding you, bro. Those, and I put that in my black eyed peas. My New Year's black eyed peas, and they was the best black eyed peas that I ever made. Just for the record. Those, I'm telling you, bro. There's ways.
Now, question: Are you familiar with the ceviche?
I'm familiar with it. I never had it.
I didn't see me either, but isn't like vacuum sealing part of their cooking process? No maniacs. Isn't like you can vacuum seal like this piece of meat right here, then you can freeze it, and then you can put it right into the ceviche, which boils it or some kind of thing, or you can seal it and put it into the ceviche and then cook it. And so the reason I asked that is because there's a question, Minister Rick, does the bag have harmful chemicals? And I think I said all that to say that I don't think so, because I think it's made for it's food grade. So there are no chemicals that would affect anything in it, in the food from the bag.
And by the way, G man, trust me when I tell you, we turn that thing over every year, and that don't mean that when there's so much food down there, that don't mean you're gonna eat all that shit just because you turn it over.
It just keeps getting turned over.
That's it.
Time after
That's all
time.
it means.
It's been turned over 6 times
Yeah,
before it got 8.
that's all it means, man. That's all it means. And so that this time, getting the doing
Wait, he said, Red Parent said, you eating meat from the Matt Nagy era, talking about the wise, or you eating it? This old ass shit.
Yep. That's what I just did. New Year's, ate an old ass ham bone, and that shit was fire as hell, man. You should have tasted them beans, man. So anyway, to put it all together, man, if you're gonna be like me, I have three freezers down in my basement. One has beef, pork, chicken. No, one has beef and pork. One has chicken and all the products, any fowl in it, and the other one has vegetables because we garden every year. And so one of them is strictly for greens, carrots, and all the other stuff that we grow and you want to save that can be vacuum sealed as well. Different vegetables depending on how you want to process that. You make sure that it's drip dry. You can vacuum seal your carrots. You can vacuum seal your yams, your zucchini, your squash. All that stuff can be vacuum sealed. It's all piled up in my basement, and we eating it as much as we can. But that's how you save, and that's how you get prepared for a rainy day. You just learn and you figure out how to, man. I ate that meat knowing that something bad could happen. Something bad.
I got 911 already dialed. I
Yeah,
just got to hit send.
I knew it, but and I'm telling you, it turned out perfectly. I follow my mother's instructions. You know, black people, we come from some hardy times, man. We know how to make something work, and we ain't really big on
Mhm.
wasting shit, bro. I'm just gonna be
Yeah,
honest with
that's why we eat from the pig, from the rooter to the tutor. Make
you.
it
Oh, man.
delicious.
Man, I was eating COVID meat, bro. I was eating COVID meat.
Su verde. Sus verde.
What up, King?
King Buka.
All right, that's it for this part of the show, man. Any last thoughts about the last two things we talked about, the dehydrator and the vacuum sealer, man? Go for it if you want to, Trip.
Yeah, they can go hand in hand and work together, or you can use them and get them independently. They each have their own uses, but they are practical for any kind of situation scenario going forward. They are practical to save your harvest, waste not, want not. They are, easily operatable. Countertop devices, keep them in your garage or your shed. You bring them out when you want to use them, then you put them away. They're just good, handy gadgets, gizmos to have that serve a purpose, that are not that expensive, but you will get your money's worth from the food savings. Because just think about how much money you waste on food that goes bad. How much time and effort you waste if you're gardening and your harvest, you don't get to consume it all because it rots, it goes bad. So if you are somebody not only who thinks about having a bug out location, or prepping, or having a bunker or any kind of thing like that, if you just have a basement, it's good, just put some food away. You just never know if it's not a doomsday scenario. Just some shit goes down, and there's a blizzard, or a weather emergency, and you can't get to the grocery store, or worse than that, the food can't get to the grocery store. Instead of going hungry, you can fall back on your reserves. So whether it be canning, whether it be dehydrating, whether it be sealing, you know get one or the other or all three, and just have something where you are at, so you have some sustenance, and then have something in the travel bags in your bug out kit that will, like your jerkies and stuff, that will give you protein, that will give you a sugar boost with the dehydrated fruits, that you can travel with, and be able to move, and carry it with you without taking up a lot of space.
Amen to that, man. I can go on all day about this kind of stuff, but guess what? My girlfriend just texted me and she's on her way home, but that means we need to move on to another conversation. Let me move this off the screen real quick and get to something else we need to talk about. And that is this. Give me a second.
Boils water twice as fast, portable, can run on solar. Yeah, that's an induction burner. And right on.
Give me a second.
Mhm.
So this is the Bob Lazar UFO story. And I'm about to let you guys look at a little video. Trips, I know you're new to it, and maybe some people in the chat are probably new to this too. But I believe, and I got to give Scroll some credit again, but I believe he's the one that mentioned it during the chat probably a couple months ago. Like, we should cover this. And I knew about this story, but the more and more I dug into it, the more and more I learned. Bob Lazar is a nuclear basically he's an engineer, science engineer. So he's one of those people that loves physics, loves math, and the math that comes with physics, quantum physics, and all this kind of stuff. He's this 20-something-year-old kid going to school, and so basically I'm really kind of, I'm not sure exactly when this crash happened, but a crash happened, and I don't know how long it was before they brought Bob Lazar into the story, but the U.S. Military and the U.S. government brought him into a secure site to ask him to work on some retrieved materials from a crash site. And what he found in this secure facility that they called S4, it's very near to the Area 51 spot. I think it's like 15, maybe 15 to 40 miles away from where this Area 51 is popular Area 51. They got a lot going on out there in the desert. Now he's working at Los Alamos. You know where that is, Trips, right? You know, everybody knows where Los Alamos is at this point, right?
Yeah. New Mexico, ain't it?
Yeah. Basically, he's out there working at this laboratory, working on whatever they bringing him in there and having him study. And all of a sudden, secure military professionals come to him and just like, hey, we need you to do this. How about this, man? Let me just take this off the screen and bring you guys into this part of the conversation. Let me share my screen real quick. I got to stop a screen first before I share it. All right. I'm going to show you exactly. This is the short story form of what Bob Lazar is, who he is. Listen to this.
Hi, I'm Bob Lazar. In December of 1988, I was hired as a senior staff physicist by a U.S. defense contractor called EG&G Special Projects. I was told that I would be working on an advanced propulsion system out in a remote area of the Nevada test site, known as Area 51. Wanting to protect myself, I decided to go public and reveal the secrets of S4.
Well, there's actually 9 flying saucers, flying discs that are out there of extraterrestrial origin.
He is not your typical straight-laced science guy. If you wanted to hire a guy who could think out of the box and help solve problems, Bob was probably the best person in the country at the time. He was perfect for it. People are catching on that what Bob said is true.
Physical evidence now exists which proves that there is life elsewhere, and at least one form of that life has been here.
It was exactly like disarming a bomb every single day.
He was targeted.
And I saw the guy.
So I have to stop it for the sake of YouTube just to get in here and tell you real quick, Trips, and everybody in the chat. Basically, they brought him in because of the technology that they had, and they were asking him to reverse engineer the materials that they had. And basically what he was talking about, and I'll discuss this a little bit further, is a device that the so-called flying device had was almost, I guess you can compare it to what a nuclear generator or something inside of a nuclear BOMB would look like. There's a certain amount of that needs to go. So he finds this device, they give him this device, and they're trying to get him to reverse engineer to see exactly what this thing is and what it's capable of doing. And that's the all right. Let me
and I can imagine that's a little harrowing, because as he's deconstructing this thing, piece by piece, you never know what's underneath it, and it may go boom or whatever. So it's like you don't know what this thing is, and as you're taking it apart, it's like, all right, I'm gonna take this piece off. I hope it don't do nothing when I take it off. So it exposes the next piece I can take off, and then we can figure out what all this shit is.
And people actually have died trying to do things that he has done, and people before him have died. And he knew that, and he still went in there and went and did this assignment for the government. He's probably crazy. So I know the fuck I wouldn't have. But let's get back. Let's finish the story.
Gun.
I was willing to fire back.
These briefings contained a wide spectrum of information, mostly relating to aliens and alien technology.
The people that have been keeping these secrets for a long time are not going to give this stuff up.
No one has ever been able to show exactly what I saw with my own eyes until now.
So at this part right here, what you're seeing is the promo for his documentary that I think is out there called S4. I seen a promo for it that's about an hour long. And it's really good, man. I'm talking about how the documentary was made. If it's that long, they're talking about how they designed everything that Bob Lazar described. And what you're seeing in the middle of your screen right now is the reverse engineered version of what he told these people he saw. And so they use 3D imaging, graphic, all the graphic stuff that comes with that. And they made everything that he said that he saw. And I'm gonna show you guys the design and how it looked on the inside of this craft. But this is what the outside of the craft looked like.
You know, and that's why I think the term that, you know, I grew up hearing a lot was flying saucer. Because this thing looks like a saucer on the bottom, but there's another one flipped over on the top of it.
So stereotypical, it's almost a shame. And that's what he said, like in his very first interview when he was talking about this thing, was, you know what, he kind of smirked and laughed. He's just like, I hate to even sound like, you know, your average stereotypical person that says they saw something, because it's going to be exactly how they described it. It's like a saucer. But more about that to come, man. Let's finish this thing.
The information we're getting now is going to come to an end.
The slightest wrong move could release a tremendous amount of energy. To start up the reactor, of course, we need some element 115.
But he had a piece of it, and I don't care whether people believe it or not.
Actually went up in the air like this.
Be here and suddenly be here.
We don't know where they came from.
This is my husband, Bob.
He didn't believe in flying saucers.
OSAP becomes ATEP. ATEP gets on the front page of the New York Times. It leads to congressional hearings. It leads to Dave Grush.
One last thing, Trips, before we finish this thing. I am the biggest, and it might sound like I'm the biggest like proponent of I believe in UFO. No, that's not really me. What I am is a real skeptic, and I'm always looking for reasons to be skeptical about anybody. So what I do is use good discernment and determine whether I see an individual that might be speaking truth or not. And I go from there. If I don't think that person has an ounce of credibility to him, of course I'm not going to do it on the show. But if I see someone and the story that he tells, so I'll tell you on the other side of this, I just had to give a break in this. I think it's very credible. I'll just say that. Let's finish this.
All the stuff that's unfolding right now traces back to Bob Lazar.
All right, that's the end of it.
You know, a question. Have you ever seen an alien nomad trips? I don't know.
Who asked that?
Quato. Get your ass to Mars, fella.
I probably have and didn't even know it. You probably
Yeah, I mean, that's why I say I don't know. Because aliens not gonna, you know, be walking around looking like ET, you know, talking about phone at home in the general public. So if they're camouflaged or, you know, they look like us, or, you know, or it's like they, you know, special glasses or lenses or whatever the fuck, I don't know. So I don't put it past them, because obviously every time we see alien stuff, it's always the technology so much advanced than what we have any place on Earth. And so they may look like us because we are from their DNA, or they camouflage themselves to look like us, or they use telepathy and get in like soft possession of bodies, or they have pods like on Invasion of the Body Snatchers that they just put their essences into and move amongst the humans. All of this is very science fictiony, but it's also very possible. Who the fuck knows? Whether it be from outer space, whether it be from a different dimension, whether it be through stargates or black holes, or I don't know. Do I believe that aliens exist? Fuck yeah. I mean, I don't have to have seen things to know that it's like, yeah, this little marble that we're on, third rock from the sun, if you will, there's so much more out there. And there's a lot of stuff that we've seen here, like this, for example, or, the rumors, the stories, the Area 51s. And it's like, there's a whole lot of conspiracy theories, a lot of smoke around beings from another dimension, realm, galaxy, give it a name. Yeah, I mean, sure, I don't discount it. Am I concerned about it? Not really. Do I believe it's possible? Yeah. Does it make me do anything different? Not at all.
All right. Let me, if you don't mind, man, I'm gonna read you guys some notes from this story. Of course, this is Bob Lazar. So in 1988, 1989, he worked on a propulsion system of extraterrestrial vehicles, U.S. government. He's a physicist, degree in physics and electronic technology. He's got a degree in that. This clearance that he was involved in was above top security clearance. So this is the kind of stuff that presidents don't know. It's a need to know thing. So it's above the government. If I'll repeat that, it's above top security clearance. So what that means is basically it breaks down to, if we don't need to tell the president, we don't tell the president. That's just how the CIA operates. Another note. Of course, I just told you he worked at the Los Alamos labs. The craft Lazar studied is 16 feet tall, and 50 feet in diameter, approximately. 16 feet high, 50 feet wide. Lazar was
pause there for a second, though, Matt, because there was some chatter in the comments here that the saucer thing that we saw, would be too small to travel throughout the stars or what have you. But I don't think so, because if you look at the space vehicles, quote unquote, that we have here on this planet, which are very lumbering, very rudimentary, but some of them are just big enough to hold three astronauts up in there. And the biggest, not the biggest, but maybe one of the biggest ones, like the space shuttle, and that's just a little bit smaller than, like, I guess, a plane or whatever. But something the size of this flying saucer, I think, would be plenty big to transport the beings, because something that we don't know, if this is a transport for any kind of a beings, how big are the beings? Well, it may not be human size, maybe they're smaller, so they don't need as big of a ship. We don't know.
Well, let me finish these notes, man, because I got a few left to talk about, man, because it's going to get to some of what you're talking about. And where I was at is, so they get him, and this is after he finds out this thing is 16 feet tall and approximately 50 feet in diameter, right? The Lazar is put into a secure location in base S4. Remember that name, S4. That's the name of the base inside this location that is not that far from Area 51. This is a place that's built inside of a mountain, cut out inside of a mountain, and it's huge. So it's called S4, and given about 3 different projects. It was Project Galileo, and I'm talking about he was given classified documents, information. So they put these packets in front of him about this, basically to describe to him what they're doing there. And it's called Project Galileo, and it's about gravity propulsion, which he was involved in. That's the project he's in. It's about Project Sidekick, that this thing was about working on some beam weapon of some kind. This is in 1988, 1989. Project Looking Glass, something I've been talking to kids about that is old as shit, but still going on today. Project Looking Glass was about the physics of seeing back in time and forward into the future. Project Looking Glass was about seeing back in time and looking forward into the future. And so, in this information that he found out in this classified documents, that he was sat in the table and given like 30 minutes, 40 minutes to read through multiple documents. And they're giving it to him in short form. They're not giving him the entire information. They're just trying to get him up to speed trips to what's going on in the facilities that he's working in. And so this is what he says. He says the beings captured were 3 to 4 feet tall, round, almond-shaped eyes with a slight nose and a slight mouth. Beings proved to the officers and scientists that they had been traveling here for a long time, proved it by showing them photos that they were here at least 10,000 years ago. So they're about 3.5 feet tall, almond-shaped eyes, and they needed information from this being. And the being showed them that they had been here back and forth for a long time, and showed them pictures, basically gave them proof that this is how you know that we've been here a long time, and showing them things from 10,000 years ago on a photo. That's all in the documentary, his original documentary that he did with his friends in 1988 and 1989, in that time span. And so how he ended up, so he was only there he was there for less than a year involved in this project. So, because what happened was he ran into some girlfriend problems, and his girlfriend broke up with him, and it messed with him. And they, based on how he was appearing at work, they felt like he was too emotional, and they had to basically annex him from this project. So decommission him from this project that they brought him in to work on, because they thought he was too emotional. We can't trust a guy like that. Let's get him out of here. And his response to it was, immediately afterwards, after thinking about it, he felt unsafe. And he thought that the best way to keep himself safe under the circumstances was to go public. And if he goes public and something happens to him, this is his best insurance. And so he made that documentary with his friends and told exactly, in vivid detail, exactly what they were doing inside that program at the S4 facility. And I'm telling you, it's deep. You're looking at probably, it looks like you're looking at an old Atari video, Trips. That's what the video looks like. That's the documentary. He just goes through point by point everything that was going on, the work that he did, and what it looked like when they asked him to come inside and look at this vehicle. What he found was 9 particular vehicles. And he says this place was so big that he only could see 3 to 4 vehicles. And he described those vehicles, but only given access to 1. But there were a total of 9 vehicles in this place, in this big hangar or whatever you want to call it. But he was only given access to the 1. And this is kind of what he described in his drawing. Let me show you. This is his original drawing right here of what he described, what it looked like on the outside versus what it looked like on the inside. Now, if you look really, really close, it has 3 levels to it, right? You see the very top where you see it like a little needle-looking black thing sticking out. That was something that kind of poked out from the middle. It wasn't like that's where, beings were sitting up there at the top of this thing and looking on the outside. No, that's not it. They were sitting in the middle in 3 chairs When at the bottom, right beneath them, were the energy conductors. There were 3 energy conductors, one right in the middle, and they all sat around the middle conductor. This is his original drawing with his signature right there at the bottom right. Let me show you what it looked like on the inside of this thing after they reconstructed it. This is what it looked like, the material, everything in it. And you see the thing poking up the middle.
Mm-hmm.
That's the energy conductor and the 3 chairs sitting around it.
It's like some Star Trek on deck chairs. You know, I don't see no seatbelts. You know, how do they stay in there and not fall out? But, you know, look at the size of that. You know, all right, so if they sit down like that, maybe they have legs. You know, there are no particular armrests, you know, but they have some kind of form to them. We don't know how big they are, you know, size wise, but the description of the almond eyes and the little round heads, you know, this is something that happened there in that area with those vessels, but we've also seen those same, you know, shaped drawings with the big eyes and stuff and the hieroglyphics in various, you know, caves around the planet. But this does not match the description of the giant people or you know, I'm not seeing one of these little flying saucers, you know, building a pyramid or, you know, assisting with that. So different aliens, different dimensions, I don't know. But this one right here with the saucers and the gravity and all this stuff, I mean, dude said he saw it. I mean, the government keeping secrets. I
Well,
mean, we would all agree that that happens.
here's a better
Yeah.
here's a better view of it in 3D as they redid what Bob Lazar described. This is it in 3D. This is a 3D replica of everything you just saw. You see the same thing here, kind of trips with the big stovepipe in the middle and the conductor right at the bottom of it, and you see the 3 chairs sitting around it. The 2 items that you see on the left and right, there's a story to that too. Remember, these are 3-foot beings. Remember, these are 3-foot beings, and there's a whole bunch more to this story. But what's more interesting is, you know, this ain't as interesting, but this is the final product. This is the outside replica of it. This is the outside replica of it.
Yeah, it looks like a saucer with, you know, windows out on the top. You know, they got a 3-man crew. And so if they had 9 vehicles, 9, 8, what is that? 9 times 3 is 27. So that could be up to, you know, a 27, you know, alien fleet person crew for the fleet, the 9 ship fleet. Who knows? You know, but yeah, this is the design and how it's propelled, how it's powered, all that technology is all up in there. And hey, I don't doubt it. And I definitely don't doubt that it would be kept secret if it was, you know, there.
Okay. Let me give you the most interesting thing that came out of this. This is through the documents that he was able to read from all those different projects, Galileo, and all of those projects that were there, Looking Glass, and all of them. These are the notes that really stuck out to me after watching everything. He says from these notes, and I quote, "These beings said that man can be manipulated, have their brains manipulated from a remote place." I'm going to repeat that. He says these beings said that men could have their brains manipulated from a remote place. Take note of that.
Yeah.
Here's another one. This is the last one. He says, and that man was a product of externally corrected evolution. Man is genetically altered, has been genetically altered 65 times since creation. 65 times. And referred to these beings refers to humans as containers. Let me read that last part again. He says that man, based on these beings and what they told, Man has been a product of externally corrected evolution. Man has been genetically altered 65 times. And they refer to humans as containers.
Yeah, so that would lead to the the premise of the invasion of the body stature type thing, the telepathy, telescopic the things where they control you with the mind, telepathic, telepathic beings who can assume the physical form, or just control the mind enough that the meat puppet of human is just doing their bidding. So either way, either or, hey, hey, they don't speak with their mouths, their tongue. It's more of a mind thing, Sure, let's go with it.
Yeah, so I think that's the most disturbing part of it to me is the last part of what I said. The fact that humans have been genetically altered 65 times since humans became humans. 65 times genetically altered says to me, and to be quite honest with you, my mind sees the information, hears the information, and just like anybody else, you're only going to want to accept so much of the information that was said here. And to call us containers, and that's the part that I really take note of, is if you consider us a container, that means the body is just a body, but we have a soul. That I'm sure of, right? We have a soul that is a side of our human body, which is encouraging to me. Because what happens to the container is what happens to the container, but what happens to the soul afterwards is what should illuminate the mind.
That's when you go. It's like, well, you gotta define what is the soul. Is it just a big ball of energy that is our essence? That once these meat suits, this flesh and bones, is no longer viable to contain this power, this essence, that it goes off into the universe and transforms, converts, takes over something else. We don't know. So how these beings communicate and or control and or mimic, it's still all speculative. Everybody can have their theories, everybody can debate it, but we don't know. The people that do know, like this fellow Bob Lazar, he's sharing it with us, but he's gonna have the level of skepticism that he has, and then he's also gonna have his admirers, because just like Bears fans who can say one thing on this post and a different fan to say the very opposite thing in the next, they're gonna be those human beings that fully believe it. They're gonna be those human beings that have no belief in it whatsoever. They're going to be the ones that don't believe it but want to kind of antagonize others. And, there's going to be everything in the middle. But there's nothing outlandish that I've seen from the Bob Lazar UFO story that is like, oh, no, that didn't happen. Oh, no, that's not out there, because he came with evidence, designs and pictures that all kind of match.
Wait till you see the story. Wait until you see it.
Yeah.
I encourage you to do it, man. But wait until y'all see the story, and you tell me what your good discernment told you. And so this is probably up in the top. There's a lot of freaking stories out there in regards to some of the things that goes on with the U.S. government, crash sites, and all this kind of stuff. This is right there, if not at the top, right there in the top echelon of the. This is so credible, man. It almost spooked me a little bit, and I ain't easy to be spooked. So I'm just telling you guys, if you don't know about this Bob Lazar story, you should first go and look at his original 1988-1989 documentary called Bob Lazar Documented. It's in the link in the description of the show. Just go look at that first, and you can deal with the grainy footage of it. Just pay attention to what he's describing to you, how he broke down the things that he saw. He's in a craft built for 3-foot human beings. So he's in there ducked out, hunched over, looking at how they're set up. And there's no kinds of technology in there at all besides that stovepipe, above the conductor that was beneath them. They just sat there.
Well, but what's funny about that is that if that's the setup that they have, it's like they don't need seat belts because they ain't doing all of this flaring around. They just take off and they go where they going. Whereas humans, we had to strap ourselves in, because we are very unstable with our tech. So it's like, hey, is the questions like, how do they feed themselves? How do they eat? Do they have body waste? So on these vessels, are there kitchens of some sort? Are there, bathrooms or potties of
There's
some
a story
sort?
to all of that, Triple R. I encourage y'all to watch this thing. My last little thoughts about this before we got to get to the other stuff is, I'm not a closed-minded individual. I'm not the same closed-minded individual that I was several years ago. I'm very open-minded, and I'm what you call a learned individual. I'm learning now, putting on top of the things that I've learned to this point in my life. And once you take the blinders off and you see the world as it is, not as you hoped it would be, the closer you are to finding out who self is, who you are. You know what I mean? The closer you get to the truth, the better you will be if the shit don't blow your mind and put you in an insane asylum. Hopefully that doesn't happen to anybody, but this is a dynamic story. So all the stuff you're talking about, Trips, at the end, talking about do they eat, how do they eat, do they have waste, and what do they do with it? All of that's described in these conversations. All you gotta do is read it or watch it. I mean, just watch it, man. I'm telling you. If you'll tell me, you come back and you tell me if you go and watch it, tell me if this is credible to you or not. Just watch the original documentary that he made first. And then anything else that you see beyond that, that's up to you. But just watch that first and come back and let me know if you thought it was credible. And I'll challenge anybody that thought it wasn't. And so that's the Bob Lazar story in a nutshell, but there's much more to it that I did not cover. I gave you the bullet points, and that's that. Maybe it's necessary that we come back to the story at some point, but I'll look into it and see. But holy shit, what a bombshell story.
Yeah. Be interested to hear what Kez has to say about it since he did look into it.
Yeah. Too bad he ain't here, man. But
right. It's just weird, because Kez Canuck out doing his Kez Canuck business. But we will be back together on Sunday night. So make sure you are subscribed to all three networks, the Nomad Network at Kez Canuck and Sports Chicago Style. And so we'll pick up with more of this maybe on a future extra sauce. But I'm looking forward to the off-season moves and just to keeping the
before we go, we got
conversation rolling.
We got a couple of movies we got to get to before we get out of here. We'll get in there and get out.
All right.
Hold on, just give me some time. Let me get this off the screen. We'll get to a couple of movies. This is
just stretching it out.
This is kind of some universal stuff right here. Most people should have seen this, but what a dynamic story. And let me get to it. Give me a second, y'all.
Yeah, Sunday night, Nomad at Night, 8 p.m. Central Time. What is that? Mike. Somebody.
Mike. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Mike Donnelly.
Yeah, we'll be there. We'll be here to break down, the opportunities in free agency. We're gonna do salary cap stuff. We'll do that shit when Kez is here, but that's gonna be a great show. But it's gonna be probably pretty argumentative because we're gonna have some differences of opinion. But that's gonna be a great show to be at 8 p.m. Central Sunday night, man. Come here be there, be square. I'm telling you, we break it down so it's never ever put back together. Promise you. But let's get to this next part, this last part of the show. Let's do this. So this first movie, Trips, you said you saw it.
Yeah. Goodwill Hunting, Ben Affleck, Minnie Driver, Robin Williams, rest in peace, Matt Damon. You want to break it down? What's it about and all that?
Yeah. So this movie is about a kid based out of Boston. So this happens all in the Boston area.
How you
And
like them
so,
apples?
so he's from Boston. I'm not sure if it's in Boston, but from what I can remember from this movie, this kid on the left, Matt Damon, is a janitor at a prestigious school called MIT. I'm pretty sure a lot of people have heard of that school. And the guy, Robin Williams, next to him is a professor. So Matt Damon is getting into all kinds of trouble and doing all kinds of shit. And, he gets caught up and he gets sent to therapy. The therapist is, I said that wrong. I said he is a professor. Robin Williams is not a professor. He's a psychologist. And Matt Damon was sent to Robin Williams to deal with his issues for, why are you getting into all this trouble? What the hell you got going on? And it's basically what happens during the movie is he goes to see the therapist and he finds out that he has all this unresolved trauma, all this trauma that he hasn't, addressed as a child. Turns out that Robin Williams has the same trauma going on, abuse going on as a kid, and he connects with him. And through the connection, he helps him find himself and finds out that the cat's a genius in I think it was, I want to say mathematics.
Yeah, he was a prodigy.
Yeah. Crazy. Go ahead, Trips. You got anything to say about that?
Yeah, it was just a cool movie about the neighborhood hood, parked the car by Harvard Yard, over there in Boston. And neighborhood kids hanging out with the affluent school in the area. He's the janitor. And I think he discovered him because he solved some equation that was on a board in a room that he was cleaning. And then he was like, oh shit, this kid's smart. And then so he was able to, talk with him and counsel him, for lack of a better word, through his traumas to come out of his shell. And then, spoiler alert for a movie that's like 40 years old, but, get onto into school, Minnie Driver, when she was young and still hot, how to holler at her, how you like them apples. So it's about a coming out into the world, dealing with trauma, finding your place, your footing, your direction, and Robin Williams, the supporter, the nurturer, the mentor, who is sees the reflection in Matt Damon of himself and is just trying to bring him out. Oh, Captain, my Captain. So yeah, it was a pretty cool movie.
So I'll tell you why I connected so well to this movie. Obviously, because I'm in that field of work that Robin Williams is doing in this movie. By the way, I had no idea Robin Williams had this kind of range.
Oh yeah.
Whatsoever. How he got this role to begin with is beyond me. That must be some Hollywood connecting shit. But guess what? He blew that shit off the frame. I'm telling you, when I discovered this movie, I don't know how old this movie was by the time I discovered it. I discovered it in the early, my when I was forming into this great social service worker, this great mental health professional that I became. At the early stage of this, I find this movie. Just found it. And I just started watching it. I was just like, holy shit. And it hit me in a certain way because I think, be honest with you, if you're a black male growing up in an impoverished environment, you probably got some unresolved trauma going on. You probably do, man. You know, some stuff that went on in your life that you ain't really resolved. If you're not me or somebody that's been in this field and learned how to deal with those things, you're probably running around here with a whole bunch of unresolved trauma. So it related and connected to me in that way. Trying to, finding these young kids and pulling them out of the mindset that they're in. Because I've met kids like kind of like Matt Damon in this movie, just geniuses, man, at certain things, mathematic geniuses, science. I mean, kids that had no idea what they were capable of because of the environment they were living in and they came up in. And so they sit there with all this knowledge and understanding, but having no outlet to apply it. And so that's what this movie meant to me. It was about finding people who, basically a diamond in the rough or a rose that came through concrete and a bunch of weeds. Like beautiful things could happen. That's what I took from the movie Trips. It was my connection to it because of the work I was doing and relating to it in that way. And it just opened me up in a certain kind of way. And I think this is probably one of the most profound movies on my mindset of all the movies I've ever watched. This is up there in that echelon of one of the top movies I've ever seen.
Yeah, it was cool for all those points you mentioned, all that the mental aspects of it and the supporting. But I was drawn to it more because of Robin Williams. Growing up watching, Mork and Mindy. Mork from Mork, Nanu Nanu. It's like, oh shit, okay. Because back then, Ben Affleck and Matt Damon were just, whoever the fuck. They were still young actors on the come up. But Robin Williams, I'm just a fan of his. His acting range. Whereas this is more of a drama than obviously Mork from Mork. But being Robin Williams, he's going to be Robin Williams with his quips. With his sarcasm, with his quick witted, responses that weren't all in the script, some of which are him, but he showed past tense that he was more than just a comedian or a stand-up guy or, just making, funny voices and one-liners. He had acting range and he got into the soul of the character where you felt, the depth, the emotion, the vulnerability, and his connection on a human level, to this kid that he doesn't know, but he knows very well because the kid is him. Mm-hmm. When you look at counselors, like Nomad, how many of these kids, it's like, fuck, this is a little badass fucker, but guess what? I was too. This kid is me. Because you look at kids in school who are, just bored because it's like, yeah, this shit is easy. I'm beyond this, but they can't vocalize that. The teachers don't know how to test for that. So they're just bored and in trouble all the time because they're so damn smart.
Yeah. Hey, Trips, I'm going to tell you something. When a movie like this, like you have to be, I'm not saying that you have to be doing what I was doing for a living for it to have a profound impact on you. But if you just, I have a lot of respect for writing storylines and how they bring a story to the screen, how the story comes to the screen and it takes its ups and downs and comes to a climax, comes back down and comes to its conclusion. I have a certain amount of respect for that. I think I have a certain talent to be able to do it. That's something we can talk about later. But stories are what intrigue me. Really, really good stories that have the proper intrigue and it gets to the right climax in a certain kind of way and it comes down to its conclusion. This is probably one of the best put together stories that I've seen in my life, man. I'm telling you, it's very, very, very profound. And again, it hit me in a certain way because of the work I was doing. But man, great movie, Good Will Hunting. If you've never seen it, shame on you. You should have seen it. And if it's never too late to watch it, man, I'm telling you right now, this thing, if you watch this right now, tonight or tomorrow or the next day, this is going to have a profound impact on you. I promise you that.
Yeah, good flick, good flick.
Great.
And while you pulling up the next one, Red Baron saying Robin Williams was good in Insomnia. If you've never seen that, that was a very dark side of Robin Williams, more of his acting range and versatility, because it puts you in the mind of somebody who was in trauma, who was going through some shit, and you felt that shit coming through the screen. So he put you in that mindset of what he was feeling. And it was like, oh my God, that's scary and dark. And it was like, bravo.
Hey, I mean, you know what, man?
One hour photo.
Robin Williams' story is, trust me, I've heard a lot of shit about Robin Williams, bro. Like motherfuckers that knew him. Literally, I met a couple people, man. He was wild. But that's a whole other story for another time. We still got another movie to get to real quick. And again, Triple R. You talking about, like, man, dude, I'm gonna tell you, this is Titanic. I'm gonna tell you how this happened to me, man. I gotta lead the story off like this. It was a point in my life where, again, this is during my time being a professional and doing the work that I was doing. And in my off times, when I'm off, I need an outlet that I'm not so focused on the job that I do. And it's important that you find that. And so one of my homeboys, he's from Long Beach, California. And he moved here. He married a girl from this area. That's how I met him. My girlfriend was his wife's sister, right? And so we get connected, bro. And she asked me to really just, look out for him because he came all the way here from California. He needed to know the lay of the land. You in the Chicagoland area from California, you do need to know the lay of the land. And so I connected with him through that, just, showing him the do's and don'ts and all that kind of stuff, and showing him how to get settled into the area so he ain't gonna have no problem and shit. And I'm there for whatever he needs. So we get tight enough where about a year goes by and he gets a divorce from old girl that he married, my little girlfriend's sister. And me and her still messing around, but I'm wild. I'm doing whatever the F I want to do. And he's divorced now. He's got all his time in the world, and he's just waiting for my days off. And so what he was, Trip, was my smoke buddy. He's my smoke fella. Shout out to Sean Sierra. He was my homeboy. So what we did was smoke and play the game. We would play Madden from when I was off the night that I was my last night of work. Let's just say I got off at about 11:30. We're gonna be at his crib playing Madden and smoking till like 6 in the morning. The birds is coming up. It's daylight outside, and we still playing. And one night he was just like, he called me. I'm at home. He at his crib. He's just like, dog, you ever seen this movie? I was like, what? I was like, man, what the fuck I want to watch this for? I called him all kind of soft ass motherfuckers and all this shit. I'm talking mad shit to him. And he's just like, dog, I'm for real, man. You need to watch this. I was just like, man, you soft, man. I ain't watching this shit. So he got on me for about 3 weeks.
Around my waist.
And I wouldn't watch it. And then I just got tired of him talking to me about the shit. And I was just sick of hearing about it. And I turned the shit on. Triple R. Again, this is probably one of the best scripts, best storylines, best character representations of an event that happened for real. Like in my life, I don't know about you, Triple R, but I can remember my elementary, middle school days that every fucking history book that I ever picked up and turned over a page in had a story about the Titanic. Am I the only one?
No, because I Family Classics, was it Fraser Thomas, sponsored by Mutual of Omaha, came on Sunday afternoons on Channel 9, WGN. And Titanic was one of the movies in their rotation. So I was familiar with it, before this remake. It was, oh yeah, the ship, the iceberg thing, that was way before all of the conspiracy theories about the banking systems and the Rothschilds and all that. But, just about a big ass boat that sank with a lot of people on it.
I was intrigued so much about this story. Like I couldn't get enough of reading anything that I can get my hands. It's like this boat, because it was so big and supposedly unsinkable according to the stories, and they were telling all these, I mean, it was the boat itself just sitting there at the port was a tourist attraction. People will come from everywhere to see the size of this boat, and people talking about how unsinkable. There's nothing that can happen to this boat because of how it's built. It's too big to sink. And the stories are endless about this. So many people took so many pictures, and it's like Jaws. It's like that to me, man. It's like this huge shark. Anyway, that's just my psyche and my mindset. But over the years of me being a child, reading all about these things, this boat in the history books, and then the characters come into the play. Who were these people on this boat? Who were the people that were there working? Who were the people that were there for the ride and going from A to B? That's a whole story within itself, which made the movie great, in my opinion.
About something that did, but it showed you the dichotomy of the classes. The lower deck where the poor, the rabble, they was partying and kick it with they poor selves going to America, to start a new future, to be somebody. Whereas, upstairs in the ballrooms and such, the servants are serving, the well-to-do, the la-ti-da, the upper crust of society, if you will. But they're all on the same damn boat, so it's just like, wow. But it's, the character development, it's cool, seeing, boom, boom, little backseat action, I get the back blown out down there in the storage. It's like, go ahead, Jack, go ahead and knock them boots. But, that part of it. And then like the main guy, Kate Winslet's boyfriend, husband, or whatever he was, the evil dude, and he had his henchman, his man Friday was like, go handle that shit. And he was like, yes, sir. And I was like, oh shit, I gotta get me one of them. And then, just the pure, this ship is unsinkable, the hubris of it all. And it's like, oh shit, iceberg took us out. And then the people down there working, making the ship go, is like just the whole experience and story of it all, because all of those souls, all of those lives had their own story, so to speak. But they're all on this same fucking boat, doomed, from the start.
You know what, Trips? I've in this movie, the people in it and the characterizations of those people were absolutely intriguing, and that's what kept me captivated. Number one, but I always go back to the this actual boat. I remember seeing I think it was a Nat Geo special where they went down and found the bow of this boat, and and all that shit was a whole story, and found the artifacts to it. And at the end of the movie, they actually showed that the woman that Kate Winslet plays, she's this old ass lady now, and she's telling the story of what happened. Can you imagine, man? I want you to try to. What I'm really good at is putting myself in someone else's shoes, which to me, I think it makes me a little different than most people because I'm able to do that well. So
I mean, but like, would you be Jack? Because I mean, everybody's seen this fucking movie, but Jack, he's just a hustler, street kid, living hand to mouth, woo woo woo, fast talker, gift of gab. Him and his boy won tickets, to the on the Titanic to go to America, gambling right before the ship set sail. So they have no plan. They have no luggage. They have no, family or anything in America waiting for them. But in that time, in that part of the world, is like, we can stay here and be poor, or we can, roll the dice, get on this boat and see what the land of opportunity has to offer. And so it's like, ask yourself, not only Nomad, but all the No Maniacs and everybody listening, if you had that opportunity as when you were younger, you don't have the responsibilities you have now, granted, because he didn't have those. But when you were 17, 18, 19, if you had the opportunity to just, throw caution to the wind, and dive in with both fucking feet, would you do it? Now, granted, the dive into both fucking feet was in North Atlantic and he froze to death, but that's beside the point.
Well, you got to let me finish this, man, because putting yourself in someone else's shoes, watching that movie, just think of how cold that water must have been when they touched it.
Ooh.
How freaking cold was that water? And at that point, what are you thinking? Now they did another thing that they did was another Nat Geo special. They did a 3D representation with AI, with the assistance of AI, and showed exactly what that thing would have looked like, how the ocean works, and how it would have pulled, because the thing split up in two. So there's a part that went down first, and then there's another part that went down after it. How the people around them must have been reacting. So as one part of the boat is going down, it's going to create a suction. How many people did it pull down with it? Another part goes down, and all the people that got outside the flank of what was going on with the suction part of it, how long did it take them to freeze to death and sink under that water? And the part of the movie at the end shows that, it's like he's just hanging on with dear life, and next thing you know, he gets too cold and he sinks, to the bottom of the ocean. But holy shit, Scrolls just asked the question. He was just like, what would be worse, being in a plane crash or on a sinking ship?
Oh, that's easy.
Bruh.
Shit.
Bruh. I don't even know, man. I don't even consider those thoughts in my head.
Well, consider it. Like on a plane, if you're on a plane and you're going down, you got maybe 30 seconds to panic, to be scared, to worry. You're on a sinking ship, you got hours, to panic and worry and be afraid and scared and fearful. So, you want it over quickly, or do you want it to shit to linger? Because either way, you ain't surviving.
Hey, all I know is this, man. And again, a profound movie of a story that's intrigued me since I was a small boy. Teeny tiny boy, I was always intrigued by this story about the ship that sank, that was huge as hell, and nobody thought it could sink. And I just was intrigued by that by itself. And that's what, to this day, that's always been the intrigue. Like, why did these people have that much confidence in something man-made? They were acting
They made it.
the way the people that survived this sinking talked about how the people were acting on the ship. It was basically some snooty patootie MFers on this thing, acting like they I don't like them kind of people. I don't give a shit what color they are. I just don't like folks like that. But yeah, that story had all this in it. Before we get out of here, Trips, we gotta go. I gotta give a suggestion to everybody. If you have not seen this show on Netflix, and I'm talking to the Bears fans, all the people that are Bears fans that don't live in the Chicago area, but they love the Chicago Bears. If you ever wanted to know the inner workings of what happens in the city of Chicago that your favorite team plays in, 61st Street on Netflix will give you a good rudimentary view of the politics that are in play, which Kevin Warren is dealing with right now, the corruption, the people think, I don't know why, but the racism, all the stuff that goes on in everyday life in most societies around the country. But this show gives you a vivid view of exactly what it looks like in Chicago. It's probably one of the best representations of what it looks like day-to-day life in Chicago I've seen. This is a really good series, man. It's only good for 2 seasons, but holy shit, is it good. Every single episode until the end. It's really good. So you want to learn about Chicago, go to Netflix and check this out, 61st Street.
Shit, I lived it. But yeah, I've never heard of it. But then again, I don't watch series and I don't really watch Netflix. But I do like the Netflix movies. Some of them are pretty cool originals. But yeah, all right, 61st Street, South Side represent. It looks like he's over there under the L. So, that's over east. Back in the day it was the Green Line, Jackson Park. So yeah, all right, cool. Chi-Town representing, and I forget this actor's name, but he's very good.
Courtney B. Vance, bro.
Courtney B. Vance, there we go. And he's been around a long fucking time and a lot of fucking things.
Him and his wife are the executive producers of this. That would be what's her name? Come on, dog. She's one of the almost most popular black actress in Hollywood. Come on.
Angela Bassett.
Angela Bassett.
Bassett.
Yep.
Yeah.
That they destroyed
That's a power couple right there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Check that out on Netflix, man. 61st Street. Boy, oh boy, will you not be disappointed. I wouldn't promote this if I didn't think it was true. But hey, here we are at the end of the show, man. And what are we? 4 minutes and 4 hours and 30 minutes into it, man. And we did it all without Kez. And let me see. Ricky LaFleur, that's Kez homeboy. He says, this show needs Kez back. Him questioning things is entertaining.
Oh, so you're missing the asshole factor, huh, there, Richard?
Basically, that's what he's looking for. But man, shout out to Kez wherever he is in Canada doing his shit, where he does his shit. Well, I guess their New Year is what he told us. But
they're out shitting where the moose shit.
Yeah, the preacher's wife was Courtney.
Yeah, that's Courtney B. Vance. He was the preacher.
Yeah, he was, wasn't he? Yeah, that's right.
And then Denzel coming in, trying to holler at Whitney Houston.
Damn. I'm glad he said that, because that didn't even go through my head. Courtney B. Vance is lucky that Angela Bassett married him, man. He was just a Hollywood person, but
man, I know that.
Don't even do it, Chris. I already know where you're going. Don't do it.
I know you've been a fan of her. Many been a fan of hers before, but after her performance in as Tina Turner, come on, that was awesome.
And she still made like that, just for the record.
Right, all cut up, and it's like, oh, go on, girl. I see you hitting the gym doing your Pilates. Mm-hmm.
She caked up, bro.
Yeah, she is.
Caked up.
But I mean, just that I like the movies that show the progression of a life. So back when they were young, she was still in her mama's house. When Ike came to court her and stuff, and she was young and she was innocent. But as the progression over the years, by the end, when they was, duking it out in the limo, she was an old grown woman. You know what I mean? So that the acting as they've matured throughout the movies, I like stuff like that shows how they age.
I'm telling you, she got it going on. I'm just saying, for an old lady, she got it going the fuck on.
She can still get it. I see you, Courtney.
Yeah, Angela Bassett, so bad, still bad.
Yeah, she was Biggie's mom.
I didn't know that. That's all the conversation for another day, man. But hello, you guys, man. Look at the Bears. Look at the Chicago Bears. Look at your fan base. Look at this shit.
Oh, that's what she's doing.
How fucking positive is it now going into this off season, which we'll cover Sunday night at 8 p.m. Central on Nomad at Night, as opposed to what we're used to. Holy crap, man. We've been in a vortex of bullshit for a little too long. And, I don't even know if people know how to act right now, but learn how to act. We're positive, man. We're winning. So I'm going to just say that before I pass it to you, before we get some closing thoughts and get ready to get out of here.
Yeah, big up to everybody in the chat. I'm not going to go through like Kez does individually, but you all know who you are. Much love. Make sure that you are subscribed to all of the channels there at Sports Chicago Style, also known as triple RSCS. That's the at thing. I don't know why YouTube does it, but they do. But then there is Kids a Canuck. Make sure you go over there, and then I'm gonna get these baby Ked Zerberts as soon as they pop up. No, not that Ked Zerberts. I don't. That's old. There it is. I get those baby Ked Zerberts. Look at those fat rolls. Yeah, but that's at Keds a Canuck, and then also the Nomad Network. You know, appreciate you all tuning in, hanging out with us. I know that it was disappointing, for the Bears conversation that the season is over. But, as we are passionate about the whole damn thing, the off-season content is just now firing up. And, now sadly, for us as fans, but for other quote unquote fans, this is their time of year to shine, because they're like, the season's over. Oh, finally. I couldn't say them fast enough. So now they get to do their thing in their whole off-season process. Big up to y'all. But either way, make sure you are tuning in with us, because guess what? The breakdowns that Nomad and Keds and I will have for the free agents, and that Nomad will make for these draft prospects, we got you all covered. So during the season, during the off-season, it's always the Nomad Network season. So shout out to all of y'all, and look forward to seeing you Sunday.
Amen to that. And before we get out of here, I just want to say to you all, man, everybody that contributes to what we do, all you have to do is be here and hit the subscribe button, and you're already contributing. It actually absolutely costs you nothing. But those that are members, those that are Super Nomaniacs contributing $5, everybody that contributes to anything that we do over here on this channel, man, thank you. Thank you so much, man. And let's get into this new year the right way and appreciate the people that appreciate you. And let me just say that for the Nomad Network, Sports Chicago Style, for Kids of Canuck in this channel. Let me just say that for all of us. We appreciate you all, because we don't have anybody to talk to if you're not here. Guess what? There's nobody to talk to. We just be here doing shit and enjoying ourselves, talking to each other, and that'd be the end of it. But you all enjoy us as a trio and what we do, and that includes Samo, that includes Bishop, and everybody else that's been always a part of what we do around here. We just thank y'all, man. And I thank y'all with all the graces I can give you, man. Just keep on coming back. Keep supporting what we do over here in any way that you can. Don't be afraid to give us a super chat. Don't be afraid to send a donation to help this thing out, because the small people are always the ones that go first. And it's in this big conglomerate, man. And the small good podcasts always get eaten up, but we ain't trying to have it, man. I'm not no meal. Trips is not no meal. Kids of Canuck is not no meal. We ain't trying to get ate up, and it ain't gonna happen. So keep doing what y'all doing, supporting everything that we do. We love y'all. Into this new year we go with a successful Bears football team. And I'll tell you this, man, I'm so proud of them boys that I'm beside myself on how proud I am of these boys, man. They made a believer out of me in some areas that I didn't think they could do. But, here I am cheering on and coaching everybody else on, and I'm watching myself not very sure about what they can and can't do, but they blew all that out of the proportion, blew it all out. And so shout out to the Chicago Bears, shout out to Ryan Poles, Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams, his team, Kevin, everybody that was involved in this thing, the coaches, everybody. We're about to flip the table and get into the real offseason, and that is free agency, and that is these draft prospects, and that starts Sunday night at 8 p.m. Central. Be there or be square.
And we may not be meals, but I am a tasty snack.
All right. I don't know about all that. I ain't trying to taste your ass, but I'm going to leave your ass with these famous words, though, Trip. Love, peace, and hair grease, y'all.